Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talk.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep Talk.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Yo, afternoon, everybody. Hope you guys are having a good evening. I was having a great evening, and yeah, some stuff came up. So, oh man. By the way, yeah, had a D&D session go super late today. Also, it was good. But it was one of those situations where combat was intense as fuck. So, happy Juneteenth. Yes, happy Juneteenth to everybody. Hope you guys are having a good Juneteenth. If you guys, especially if you celebrate. I know that there were a few businesses that were observing Juneteenth today, which was pretty cool to see. One of them being my therapist's office. So, I... had my first day off of therapy since my mom passed. So, it's been kind of a rough day, gonna be honest. I almost feel like she was gonna like do this at some point anyway, whether there was a holiday or not, to try and just kind of like push me into the deep end, see like how I do, where it's just like, ooh, sink or swim. I think I'm doing okay. But yeah, it was one of those days. Some days I just really miss her. I really miss my mom. If you guys don't know, I know Drock, you're newer here. My mom passed away in March unexpectedly. So it was one of those situations where it sucks. I'm still kind of going through it, but the stream does help. You guys help. And talking about it helps, so sorry. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, all the condolences, no matter how small. I had that talk with somebody because they were just like, man, I feel like just me even saying I'm sorry is almost like condescending, and I just gave them a big hug, and I was just like, thank you. And I was like, that it is not condescending. It's like, dude, no, I get it. I'm going through something that, you have to, it's one of those situations where you either have to have like gone through it yourself, or you have to just be like the pure, like so empathetic, which it's great, but it's, I feel bad for those people sometimes where they just like, yeah, I was very close to her. We talked every day. Yeah, it sucks, and that's why like I miss her. Just like it's the random times, man. I hate to use the word innocuous, but it is kind of like the innocuous stuff where it's like driving to the grocery store when I would call her, because like my family, we tend to like call each other when like we're doing errands and shit like that, just because that's kind of the downtime. So yeah, it's like running errands, and it sucks. And then yes, to answer your question again, we were very close, man. I talked politics with her a lot. I could actually almost credit my mom with me being able to do this the way that I do, is because she was essentially my first audience member, where I would be able to break the news to her in a way that would make her laugh. She was the best audience member for that. God, a little too generous sometimes maybe, but it's okay. It was awesome though. Like making my mom laugh was like, that was it for me. And that's why it sucks. But yeah, today being that the best conversations I have with my boys are in the car. Yeah, I and that's the thing, like that carried over because that used to be a thing. She would, like, my parents were divorced, so she would come pick us up, and yeah, the conversations always like going home were always some of the best. And my mom was cool as shit too. Like she's the reason that like I have like this thing with Jeeps, because I am just like, yeah, you know, my one day we were driving home and she just saw this big old hill. It was like at one of those developments, and she's like, "You want to go climb that?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure." And I thought we were getting out of the car, and she climbed it in the Jeep, and I was like, "This is cool." Super dangerous, but yeah. Looking back on it too, because it wasn't even like a Jeep Wrangler or anything. It was a Jeep Grand Cherokee. So holy cannoli, Batman. Hey, what up? How you doing, Sylvie? Gran Abazo Disde Espana? A hug from Spain. Thank you. I appreciate that. No, I really do appreciate that. It as I said, guys, thank you for just listening. That's a big one for me. Because when I first started kind of like talking about it, I was a little worried, where I was like turning off, you know, viewership, because they were just like, this is uncomfortable. Like, this is too personal. It's like, long live the Empire. That's a new bit, by the way. That's going to stay for a while. That's a great story about your mom. Thank you. I appreciate that. No, she was so funny like that. My mom was super, super impulsive. Just like one day she came home and she's like, "We're going to New York." I was like, "We're doing what now?" She's like, "Yeah, over the weekend we're going to New York." I was like, "Cool." That shit was awesome. She took me to Paris. She took me to London, Amsterdam. Made me travel all across the United States. Like, she was really big on experiences, so... a sincere number of allies is always worth more than the biggest number. Exactly. I'll be honest with you guys, and I don't want to go too deep into it, but I did experience that stuff where after my mom died, I really did see, like, in my life, like, who really came through, and it wasn't who like, it's not the people that I expected, you know. Before my mom died, I had, like, we all do it, like the hierarchy of friends. Like, you got your best friend, your closest friend, blah, blah, blah. Like, you tend to use those terms a little bit less as you grow up, but it's the same. It's literally the same shit. And then, yeah, it's just when the initial thing happened, I had a lot of, like, people come through, but it's literally, and I hope I can give you guys this advice, like, and it's not shitty, like, because I don't hold this against them. I really don't. It just sucks that, unfortunately, they really didn't, you know, think past this, which, you know, that's people. But it sucks because it's like all of a sudden, the times when I would really need people were the times where they would just be nowhere to be found. And the ones, I'll be honest, there's a special group where they started using the opportunity to talk shit about me. And, like, there was one thing said where I was just like, they essentially, like, asked or, like, brought up how we had another friend who had a family member pass away. And they were just like, "Are you going to be like that person and use that as an excuse to be, like, shitty to us?" I was just like, you know, mind you, March. It is June. So, March, April, May, June. It hasn't even been 3 fucking months, and these people are trying to act like somehow I should just get over this and, like, not make shit weird. I have a special place for them now. Like, I really do. It's one of those situations. And honestly, if they do watch this, I hope they understand, like, they know who they are. They gotta know who they are. And if they don't, then it's like, Ed, if you're asking that question, it's like, shoe fit? Because for real, that one's fucked up. I can't reconcile with that one. And I have tried, where I'm just like, nah, you know, maybe my expectations are too high. No. A sincere number of people like that are just using your social battery. You're all out of juice. And that's the thing. Like, that's exactly it. You're a commodity. What a terrible person. Thank you. No, guys, I've been wrestling with this, and I've been wrestling with like talking about it. But you know what? Fuck it. Now that we're having this discussion, I'm in a place to talk about this stuff, and you guys are, you're an awesome community, and Robin, I really appreciate that because I have felt like I somehow I need to like check myself and make sure that I don't, because this is what like I had a situation where like with this person where they did something that really annoyed me and I blew up. And the thing is, I obviously I've had moments, I'm not handling my grief perfectly. Sorry if my desk is shaking. My my duct tape wheel is broken officially, so my desk is going to be shaky until I buy my new one, which is hopefully coming. It's going to be coming up here soon, because I have been shopping around trying to find a cheaper one. But if you guys just so you guys know, it's a big help, and everything you contribute to the stream, whether it be the likes, that the deal. But yeah, with you guys, like I feel like I can bring this stuff up and also just get like a nice little bit of clarity from it. I used to think the worst thing in life was to end up alone. It's not. The worst thing is to end up with people that make you feel alone. Robin Williams. That's it. And the thing is, I understand 2000%. Because we had a birthday party for somebody right after my mom died, and I have never felt so alone with over 40 people like around me that care about me. It was profound. And the thing is, I'm trying to like not use that as the barometer because I do understand that it was so fresh at that point. But where I was going with this is we had a situation where I had to stand up to this person, and that's when they kind of brought that up. And then I found out through another person, like little game of high school telephone, where they were talking shit. They were actually talking shit about me. They were saying how I have gotten meaner and how Pep really needs to kind of take a step back and realize that he's going to lose friends if he keeps acting that way. Like, when I heard that one, I was just like, I will burn every fucking bridge right now. Like, holy shit. Like, because the thing is, if anybody actually agrees with that person, I'm just like, okay. Also, hey, I missed the last few days. Hey, you did miss the last few days, Ruben. How you been, man? I call them energy vampires. They definitely are. And the thing is, they always come at you like, they always hug you. Like, they're the ones that always like drop hugs on you and shit. Blue Magician, man, I appreciate the follow. Thank you. Isn't that fucked up? Isn't that fucked up how they're the ones that are always pretending to be the ones that are always there for you? Like, I'll say this much. If there is something going on where I post about it publicly, first person to fucking pop up. First fucking person. But the thing is, last person to show up when you actually need them. Like, I'm... Man. This one hurt me, guys. I gotta be real. Like, this one, it hurt a lot. And having, like, it was kind of funny, too, because not having my therapy and then doing a little bit of meditation on this stuff, that's what made me come to it. And it also made me realize that, yeah, I did want to talk about this a little bit publicly, because it is, like, it's shitty. Because the thing is, I shouldn't have to fucking sit here harboring all of these fucking feelings. Like, What the fuck, man? People think you are meaner, but you are growing into being discerning. When young, you feel guilty about not being nice to everyone. As you age, you realize not everybody deserves it. Well, the thing is, I've also been kind of a people pleaser, and I have been, like, it's one of those, yeah, like, it is one of those situations with me that if I start getting, like, standoffish or mean, that means you really, you did something to really fuck up. Because I do have, like, the ability to just brush it off or put it just all right, that's just another excuse. Or like, I use this thing where I'm just like, it's another, it's just them. And I have to accept the go with the bad type of shit. But then I did that thing where I was just like, yeah, but it's literally been bad. Like, at what gives? You know? And then on top of it, like, the one that really got me was the fucking going and talking shit about me. Like, I was like, what the fuck? Again, not even 3 months. Not even 3 months. And that's what I get. One thing I'm trying to practice as people pleasers, we are responsible for our own emotional management. We can't expect others to change for us and manage our own emotions. That's where that the psychological thing that I was talking about, I'm not sure if you were here for it, but the let them theory, we can watch that video. Well, actually, yeah, you know what? This will be more of a therapeutic stream. Fuck it. But let them. Like, applying the let them theory, I hate the fact that it's called a theory when it's actually a practice. Just practicing let them, just stopping yourself mentally and saying, why am I bothered by this? You know? If I, like, they're gonna go do this. And the thing is, like, and I apply this to situations that hurt me, where it's like, the situations where if I didn't get invited out to, like, a bar or something, or, like, to an event, and then I found out about it, let them. Like, just, who cares? If they're going to be the shittier version of themselves, let them. Just let them. You can only do so much. Like, and this is where there's a fine line where it's like, don't just give up, but know your boundaries. And once that boundary is hit, just let them be them. All right, let's smoke. The art of not giving a fuck. Yeah, well, 38 years old. I finally started practicing that. Here, give me a sec. Just cut them out. It's not that easy. It's not that easy at all. We've always had, like, I have a pretty tight-knit friend group. That, like, for instance, if I were to do that, that would definitely I don't know. Well, the thing is, I'm more comfortable cutting them out and limiting my time around them, but I'm also trying to find the fine line of when I should call them out. Because, like, trust me, man, I'm holding on to this. I'm not going to just, like, let this one go, like, until I let them go. Because it is one of those situations where it's like, no, this was something profound that you did that, like, it made me see you differently as a person. Where I was just like, holy shit, man. You know, it is kind of fucked up when you hear people literally talking about you as you're grieving. Like, and not just grieving, like, this is profound grief, man. Alec. Hey, Alec. What up, man? We're not really talking politics as much right at this moment because I'm having a late stream and kind of came in hot. You know, kind of talking my feelings, you know. Don't want you to get uncomfortable. Nah, but I'm Alec, you're newer here. Yeah, my mom, she passed away in March, and I have been having a rougher day with it. So, being gay, yep. letting them feelings percolate, you know? Whoa, percolation. How gay. Percolation is kind of a gay word, if I had to be honest. It's chill. Bummer. Yeah, no, it's a bummer. It's a bummer, man. Like, I miss my mom today, but it was also one of those situations where it was like, do you do shit to honor your mom daily? Like, daily. This is kind of honoring my mom. My mom, I got very lucky. She didn't know, like, she didn't know that there was anything wrong with her. Like, she had a heart attack that was brought on by pneumonia that was caused by COVID. So it was like a triple whammy type of situation. But the day, or it was like the day before, like right before she passed, she actually told me like how proud of me she was, and like the stream, and how much she loved this community, because she, like, I've explained this so many times, but she used to be part of this. Like, she used to kind of lurk in chat, read chat, and then she would text me to say, I really like this person, or can you tell this person this? Like, it was a lot of it was adorable, for lack of a better term. It was funny. But yeah, like, and then on top of that, like, she was just very, very open about that. That literally means the world. It does. No, it literally means the world to me that she told me that she was so proud of me to see me doing this and to succeed in it. You know, like right before she died, you know, she got to see like me grow to a like a legitimate streamer. I hate to use that as a term, but it's true. I would totally relate to that, or I could totally relate to that. Nice. Yeah, see, and I look at that as a gift, because like there are other things too. Like before, like the last text message she left me like was literally "I love you," and my last conversation with her was literally about how much, you know, I love her. And although there's one thing that's been bothering me, because she was talking specifically about this mirror that she got from Venice, and she kept just asking like, well, what are you, if I pass, are you gonna take that? I'm like, and I keep replaying that back in my head, but that was it. Like, there's nothing, no other elaboration past that. So, oh my god, I do the same to my boys. Instead of saying sometime I text in private. No, and that's, yeah, see, that's awesome, Robin. No, Robin, you're awesome. Like, it almost makes me cry, like that you're kind of, you remind me of her a little bit. She was a really special, real special person, man. Loved everybody. Would give the shirt off of her back. I've literally saw her give the coat off of her back to a homeless person. You know, like she was special. She was special. But that's also why I like the shirt. Where can I get one? I promise won't wear one at the same time. Actually, here. I like this company a lot. I am not sponsored, but just type that, like, take that here. I'll just fucking get you the link. I should probably just do that. But thank you. Yeah, no, I love this shirt. Got a few of these. Are you close with your dad? Nah, ish. Nah, no, I'm not. What am I? Who the fuck am I kidding? I mean, I got a really weird relationship with my dad, man. Like my dad, He thinks I'm a stoner moron who he loves me. Don't make no mistake. My dad loves me a lot. He's just got a very weird way of showing. I don't. Like for instance, I grew up with the term of endearment in my household being numbnuts. Like he never called me by my name. Never. And if he did, I knew like that's when I knew I fucked up. Shit. Yeah. It's whatever. Didn't it affection? It's not the most affectionate guy, you know. You know, he's actually very much the type to just be like, you know, that's kind of gay. Like he's kind of like that. He does kind of like joke about that too. He's just like, you know, how, you know, I could have you know, you could have been more fucked up. I'm like, I mean, how's the, they were divorced. Nah, they got divorced when I was young. I was 7 actually when my parents got divorced. So yeah. He actually he was kind of a little like, are you okay? I was like, no. He's like, oh, well, I don't know what to do about that, but at least I asked if you were okay. I was just like, Jesus fucking Christ, Dad. God, when I call him, he's retired now, so if I call him, he's just like, I'm at work. It means he's on the golf course. That means hang up. If you keep talking, he's like, why are you still talking? Like, he'll just be like, is this an emergency? Okay. Oh, man. No, he's, I'll be real, though. He's kind of the reason that I have half of the coping skills that have turned into humor. You know, that's one thing that I can say when I was talking to other, like, stand-ups is obvious, and this is, you know, obvious, that most, like, 99% of us have broken families. And not just broken families, but broken families specifically with at least one parent who's just a little too standoffish. There was one time where I was sitting at a table with a bunch of guys, and I was the only one that had a dad that was still alive, and I was telling stories about my dad, and one of them stopped me. He was just like, dude, I'm not even joking about this. You're kind of making me glad my pops is dead. I was like, oh. Oh, shit. Well, I guess that's something. Still try to talk to him, though, you know, the parent. Oh, no. Make no mistake, guys. No, make no mistake. I go out of my way to try and talk to my pops. We just have a very special relationship where when I see, like, dads and sons that, like, are buds, it freaks me the fuck out. Where I'm like, I don't know. Just saying hi. Have a good stream, y'all. Hey, thanks, Kirk. Appreciate that, brother. Thanks for checking in. My dad is like that, but I have to remember my grandpa was a shit. Yeah, and that's the thing. My grandpa was fucked. Functional families freak you out. Yeah, they do. I'm not kidding. I know. I have something. I'm working on it. I am legit working on it, man. Like I especially like when I see like sincere love, like not sincere love like that. What's the word I'm looking for? Like when old people, like when I see old couples too, like that are just like, they genuinely are just like, and then they're like, yeah, first marriage, it does make me go like, even though I'm in my only marriage, I love my wife like it's one of the things that kind of freaks me out where I'm like, oh, wait. Am I... So it's like essentially my own relationship freaks me out sometimes. No, and I'm cope laughing hard at this because trust me, I get it. You know, I was just at a friend's house. He just had his 40th birthday, right? And his whole family's there. And I just kind of had that, like, I kept looking at it like, this is weird. I don't know, man. I think I've gone an entire season months without speaking to my mom. It's better that way sometimes, yeah. But time and distance has been good for the relationship. Yeah, see, and that's kind of the thing. Like, yeah, you might have a similar thing. Like, I can tell you right now that I have to kind of put like a timer on it. Like, one, and I'm not the biggest fan of golf, and it's specifically because that's kind of how I know this. 9 holes, we won't get, like, there will be no arguments. Once we get to about 18, it gets a little shaky. My dad called me today. This is the entire conversation. Hey, it's Dad. How you feeling? I said, okay, but I'm still hurting. Well, okay, I'll let you go. Jeff, solidarity. I swear to God, same conversation with my pops when my mom died. And like, he called me a week later. Oh, no, it wasn't even a week later. No. He called me on her birthday. He's just like, well, how you feeling? It's like, not fucking great. What do you want me to do something about this? It's just, why did you even call me? You could, nah. The thing is, I like I said, maybe it's because I know that genuinely my dad still loves me, and like, it's just, he's an odd guy. Like, I started figuring that out the more I became an adult, where like, because again, calling me eccentric, where I'm like, okay, pot meat fucking kettle. Like, also, I'm your spawn, dumbass. Like, where do you think I learned half this shit? I'm giving you guys way too much of an insight into my family because this is exactly how we talk to each other. I'm not sure if this is healthy, but I have really solid relationship with my dad, so that's a nice trade-off. Yeah, no, and that's kind of, I mean, that's what sucks. And now having my mom here, it's, you know, it sucks. Because I did have I had a very close relationship with her. I get like 4 to 5 texts from my dad per year. It's usually to do something. Yeah, and actually that we've talked about that occasionally. Like, okay, no, I'll just be real with this. This is a real exchange with my pops. I for Father's Day, I was because of everything that's been going on, I was like, I want to make this a little bit more special. So I sent him a text, and it's I found some pictures of when I was a kid, and it's me and him, you know, like there's this really good shot actually. I'm pretty sure my mom took it, of him walking with me like down this like stone driveway, and it's literally like a rock well, like it's awesome. So, you know, I sent it to him. He texted me back, awesome, which I was like, what? He's feeling something. Oh shit, cool. So I rolled the dice. I called him. Hey, I'm at work. It's just, happy Father's Day. Yeah, I got your text. I'll talk to you later. Click. That was that. That's not cope laugh. I legit think that this is kind of like hilarious. But that's also where I'm like, is this healthy? This doesn't seem healthy. I don't think this seems, I don't know. I'm close with my dad. That's just the way, that's kind of the thing. Like when somebody in chat asks, are you close with your dad? I'm like, ow, I think so. Like I am, but I'm like, he's like this with everybody though. As far as getting personal, that's just not his jam. Like, I've explained this so many times that if you need to like really just get an idea of how like the personality and it, like it's Red Foreman from That 70s Show. That was it's I know it's just like it's TV, but fucking A, it's like they were watching like My Life and just going, oh, that was a good one. Numbnuts. Ooh, that was good. Ooh, he called him dumbass. My parents caused me too much anxiety. Yeah, my mom had like, I'll be real, like with all the good, my mom could cause some anxiety, man. My mom had moments, you know, especially if she was having like, I don't want to call them flare-ups because it's not really fair to the disease, but like if she wasn't properly medicated and she would have like a DID moment. Yeah, my dad was basically Red Foreman, was in U.S. Customs for 30 years, was in the Army. He was a rough dude, but extremely fair. Yeah. No, my pops is fair. It does. I don't know. I can admit this now. It you know, he's always been kind of embarrassing, like as far as like that's the dad he was. Like he would almost go out of his way to just be like, hey. Like one of my first dates ever, he legit had the baby book, just like, hey, sit down. It's just but yeah, he fancied himself a little bit funny too. And he was, you know, he was. It was just BRB, I'm gonna grab food. Nice. I should probably eat soon at some point. He wasn't emotional. Didn't do a lot of I love you. Dude, I'm not even kidding. My dad, he said I love you to me and my sister, and we looked at each other. He was like, you dying? He's like, what? No. He's like, God, I wish I was kidding about any of this. And people are just like, this is no wonder why you're kind of like turned off by the prospect of having children of your own. I'm like, yeah, no shit. But also just in general, I've never been super jazzed about kids, man. But I don't know. I love being an uncle. It's the shit. Also, I'm gonna be like one of the uncles where I'm not gonna try and give advice. Like the older my nephews get, especially my nephews, I'm not gonna try and give it. Like that one is just like, I'll just tell you what might happen, and if you want to take that path, go ahead. But just make sure you come back to me and you do not like go, oh gee, Uncle Pep. It's just like, right now my dad is fascinated by Elon Musk rockets and how shitty they are. Like, that's kind of great. You know, like, as my mom was starting to come into her old age, which is weird. Like, that's the shit that gets me. I'm never gonna get to see her like be the old lady that like she was 72. She looked great for her age, but she had moments You know? Oh, one of my favorite ones was she's talking about like a lot of shit about Biden, right? And she hated him, but she's like, I still voted for this guy because I hate Trump. But she's just railing off about Biden, and then she has a massive moment of her own. So I'm like, hey, Mom, does this sound like I don't know, like, you know, anything we were talking about earlier? She just kind of had that moment where she was just like, I don't want to. I'm done talking to you. Just click. Those are the moments I miss too. I'll be real. One time we went to Disney and took this really weird way to get there. It took longer, and when I asked my dad, he said it was because the local police, which was weird because he was federal law enforcement. It took me 25 years to figure out that and understand that what he was concerned about. What was he concerned about? Just leave me hanging with that. Man, I am thinking I'm not even gonna do news. Like, I'm having fun. I'm kind of in a like personable mood. You know, I just started the stream literally talking a little personal drama. But you know what? I feel like I handled that. I'm handling this in the best way possible because honestly, it's absolutely ridiculous. Because I'm wrestling with this whole thing where I'm like, wow, like, yeah, that's a hell of a thing to try and add guilt to grief when that was not something I was wrestling with. News. They hit a hospital. The mainstream media is already fucking doing the thing. They're manufacturing consent hardcore. Apparently, all of America's black-pilled. They want to go to war. Trump's gonna take 2 weeks to think about it. There's your news. I should probably change actually my thumbnail to just pep talks because I don't even know if I want to do the ground news segment, man. They still had sundown towns there. Well, yeah. Oh. Okay. But wait, what? The quality of training between your average small cop and... Yeah, he was afraid of being around them. Oh, really? He was just like, these guys are idiots. You seen the new This Space channel? Yeah, what is that? Yeah, wait. What? Yeah, Bandit, what is that? I saw AG's there. What's going on with this? I feel left out of the loop on this. Because, yeah, I was kind of confused about when I saw that he was posting in This Space, and I was like, what the fuck is This Space? And then on top of that, I have, actually, I mean, somebody came in here and a group of streamers trying to do like a TYT type of thing. I'll be like a Jordan Yule type. If they need me to talk about something. I could be the real-time Steve correspondent. Like each streamer gets a time slot. Okay, so that's badass. Oh, well, dude. Well, I'm not sure if he's gonna see it, but congrats, AG, man. That's fucking badass. Hell yeah. I mean, if you got a slot open for, a correspondent, I'm open, but no pressure. No, it's fucking awesome. That's it. Like, hey, good idea. Right now, why not? We got, I mean, we have something kind of similar. I just realized up here. I don't know, man. I feel like this type of stream right here is where I'm like doing myself a disservice. But I'm sure they'd be happy to hear from you. They were discussing on how to make their channel 24/7. Oh. Actually, I have an idea on that one. I'm just not sure. Because show rotation is a big thing. I will say that. That's why TYT did really well with what they did. By having their show, like, literally restart right after. When they stopped doing that, I noticed that they weren't getting the amount of views. So it was like, that was a dumb move. They should have, like, because I get what they were trying to do because they wanted to do a bonus show, but yeah, fuck. I'm glad. Thank you for letting me know about that, because I saw that he was advertising something called This Space yesterday because I was looking for his stream. So that's cool. Yeah, this is like, that's why I love AG, man. Like, AG has the best attitude about what we do. And he kind of, like, you know, told me, I think he told me on stream, where he was just like, yeah, man, you can't get bogged down. Let's not let this, like, leftist infighting bullshit happen to us the way that it did with BreadTube. I was just like, this is, yeah, I wish we could make a pact on that one. Shit. Because that one is still, like, that needs to be studied. The way that, like, that entire sub, like, group of the internet, from Destiny down to Vosh, down to Demon Mama, down to Xander Hall, down to Keffels, like, it was all just like, What up, Ryan? How you doing, brother? I heard about the hospital and the stuff that was going on, and immediately was just like, oh damn, I hope he is okay. So I'm very happy that you're here. Also, morning. That's right. Hey, you're in the shelter. Oh, are you? Fuck. Do I have to go to our favorite wartime correspondent? Oh god, I didn't want to do politics today, guys. I was just talking with you guys and just being all real and shit. God. How dare he? How dare he try to, like, talk to us about stuff and, like... God. I'm still wondering why people have to be so fucking... Yes, I know. Very, very profound. Oh, it's just one of those, I'll tell you if I die. I mean... that'd be nice. I don't know. God, that'd be weird. But yeah, man, I'm glad that you're here. Also, guys, if your membership or your subscription over on Twitch has gone up and you were using the Bezos subscription, consider maybe renewing that. When you get there, tell us which religion was the right one. And here it goes.
Around Beersheba.
Dark times call for dark humor. I mean, I appreciate it. That's a good one. I could see how it could be misread, but nah. No, that was fine. Beer
from there. But that is where the hospital was hit yesterday. All the alerts I've seen so far are in the south, around Beersheba, that general area there in the south. Here, real quick, I'll show you right there, east of Gaza. So
Wait,
far.
so
That's on the SOFAR map. So far on the SOFAR map.
there's no alerts, or is he just behind?
That's where they all are so
Wait,
far.
53?
in the south.
No, we're
None
alive.
of the cameras is showing that. Just because there's lots of alerts doesn't mean there's a lot of missiles. Whenever a missile comes in, it sets off. Any one missile will set off a lot of alerts because it's unclear exactly where it will hit. You can't judge the number of missiles from the number of the alerts.
Sirens in some places? Okay.
Beersheba in the south. Again, I'm just seeing stuff in the south there. South of Hebron. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong, but
Yeah.
again, I don't know that any of our cameras will
I'm
have
gonna
those
go out
missiles
on a
on it.
limb and say that he is. Oh, Steve. I'm hearing explosions. Oh, God. Here. That means I gotta stay with this asshole.
Yeah, so again, I'm just looking at the cameras here, but as of right now, given where these, if these alerts continue in the south, we might not see any of these. It's possible you'll see some in the distance, especially maybe the Jerusalem cam. I don't think you're going to see them in Haifa. I have a camera, if need be, from the center of the country, Modin.
Modine.
I mean, there might be missiles hitting right now. I'm not seeing reports of it. Yes, I am hearing a report of explosions in the south, which probably means at least interceptions in the south. One of the Telegram accounts I follow is saying explosions heard in the south. So this might be happening.
I hear Steve,
right
if
now
Ryan is on, keep
in
taking
southern
care.
Israel. None
Yeah,
of my
Ryan's
cameras
on. He's
are
over
showing
on
it.
Twitch.
None of the cameras I'm looking at are showing.
Yeah, that's
it.
why I turned
So-
Steve on for this.
But it might be
'cause
happening right now.
As much as
in
I hate to
southern
admit
Israel.
this, he is good
and
at
the
getting
alerts
this
are now
live.
gone.
Iran should keep
And the
cameras
alerts are
like
now
these.
gone there. There's that blue area.
Trust
but,
me, trust me.
It might have just
I have been
happened.
wondering why there are not just live Tehran cams, especially now. You would think.
Hang on a second here.
All right.
Let me check the reporting here. I got to turn that Jerusalem camera down.
All right.
So sirens, Manny Fabian reports the sirens went off in Beersheba and surrounding towns in the south. So again, away from our cameras and the various cameras I have. Beersheba.
You mean you don't have something you can pay for, Steve? Come on, Steve. Damn it, Steve.
I don't know if any missiles hit. Amir Bobat, who's a Israeli reporter I follow, says evaluation at this stage, single launches. It sounds like maybe a smaller batch.
No, that word's been ruined. It is Iranian rockets aimed at the south, but
Okay,
some are thinking it might
news-
maybe
Political and
interceptions.
Security Cabinet on
Okay.
Telegram, who I follow. These are just a few launches to the Negev. Just a few launches.
Okay.
Hot News, who I follow, says report of a fall in open space. This N12 account I follow says no reports of missile hits or injuries received. So again, it sounds like it was a smaller batch. No reports of people injured or significant damage at this point, from what I'm seeing. One report from a reporter with N12 claims it was a single missile launched from Iran towards the Negev.
And it got
was
intercepted. All right. Oh, shit. Sorry.
I'll see if that gets confirmed. It's possible this was just one missile.
We have it confirmed here. All right, cool. Back
It's
to
possible it was one.
the regular scheduled or not scheduled programming. Oh, we can talk a little bit of the news. I mean, if you guys want to, like, what do we want to talk about? I want solutions. I'm solutions based. Let's go. Anna's the group there got me all hyped up for from that protest yesterday. Oh, dude, by the way, that was a really, really good protest. I hope you guys enjoyed the coverage from that. Yo, Anna, what'd you get? Just actually talking about how it was that protest was exciting. PSO tacos, nice. Nice, can never go wrong with some good old tacos. Sound like that. Oh man, I feel like I came in a little heavy today. People are not used to coming onto a political stream and just being like, what's this weirdo talking about himself for? Come on. What was the news here? Yeah. Oh, yeah. The Tucker Carlson thing. I do have to... We're going to cover that, but I'm going to just do it on Twitch. So... if you guys do not have a Twitch account, definitely recommend trying to make yourself one. I know it's scary because it's I don't know, man. When I first started my Twitch account, it was kind of like, I feel so old. I don't know how to navigate this. What is this? I mean, legit. I felt like I looked like Gandalf the second that I hit that like confirm button where it was just like, oh my god. When Ted talked about his dad in Cuba, hell yeah, Twitch is a better place to avoid the YouTube doom scroll. It is. Yeah, it is. Actually, that's very true. I will give you that too. Oh, were you falling into that a little bit? Because I have to admit, I've caught myself doing that. I stopped using other social media, so of course, just move on to the next one. Can't just get off my phone. Can't be human anymore. My mom says something crashed in Tel Aviv. Well, I'll keep Steve on in the background just in case. And yes, my mom texts me every wave. Reminds me of my mom. You got yourself a good mom there, Ryan. My mom would call me if there was a thunderstorm 40 miles away from my current place. So, and I'm talking south. Like, no chance of hitting us, but she'd just be like, I'm kind of worried about you. It's like, thanks, Mom. I appreciate that. Some cars on fire. Let's see. Can I get the AP? Would be like Steve. Oh. AP. Where's the AP? Oh, AP doesn't have a live camera right now. That ain't good. That ain't good at all. Wait a minute. No. I'm turning into Steve. Oh no. It's happening. Suspicion of a direct hit? They ain't sure.
There's some accounts saying that a missile fell.
Steve has dominated the
No
coverage. I
injuries
know
have
he
been
is.
reported yet.
Dude, he had 1 million plus on his last fucking
Well, I'm gonna
stream.
keep looking.
I mean, good for him. As much as I make fun, man, the guy is, like, he's devoted. The Steve-ification.
Okay, now I'm seeing from N12 report of several vehicles on fire. Apparently
We break the news before Steve does here on Pep Talks, just so you guys know.
following interception shrapnel falling down. You can have an interception and then stuff falls down from the sky
You're out.
and it can
All right.
cause damage or fires.
Still, I do want to get the update on that.
Yeah, reporter for N12 says report of several vehicles on fire. Apparently following interception shrapnel, no reports of casualties.
Good. He's a hard worker. I was wondering if he slept one day,
I'm
bro
seeing
was
it
up
right
at like
here.
9 a.m. and also
It's like a parking
at
lot
midnight.
with some vehicles on fire.
Yeah, he probably just goes like right to bed. Probably takes some melatonin.
That's
About a
what
half
I'm seeing
hour before he
pictures of.
pops off. He seems like a melatonin guy.
I believe
he doesn't
that is
seem
what
like a weed gummy like type. Not like myself. I have a very specific regiment when I go to bed. Like I'll hop off stream. I'll put on some Deep Space Nine, like Legend of Sean. I'm not sure if you're here, but that's why you will. You made fun of me, I think, for this because you're like, yeah, dude, not even using a PS5. Like, I was like, number one, I got friends that still don't have one. No, yeah, when I hit that when I turn that PS4 on, that's me watching my my stories. Which is currently Star Trek Deep Space Nine, hence all the Ferengi and Cardassian Bajoran stuff that I've been going through. Wait. There's a bus. I must put something in the air fryer. I must put something in the air fryer. Hold on. I must use my air fryer. I need to go get my air fryer. My air fryer! Farts, then leaves. They're like aiming for one of the Air Force bases, which is in the south, which I mean, expected. Oh, no. I mean, like, come on. That's a bridge too far. How dare they target military targets? Which, sorry, last time I checked the rules of engagement, like, that was like, I don't know, a pretty standard one, which I shouldn't be, like, honest. We know my position on this. Like, it's fucked regardless. Like, these motherfuckers are killing people just for ego. On both sides. It's always both sides when it comes to a war like that, because it really does come down to just like, yo, chill. No. Well, fuck you too. Shit. Let's go in somewhere with this. It's like watching cats fight. It is. It really is. But it's like Bugs Bunny, where he takes off the glove, but it's like Bugs Bunny, where eventually he puts the anvil in the glove, which is hilarious. Also, not very plausible. Silly Bugs Bunny. You can't do that. Roar Profiteers definitely want this to escalate. Oh, yeah. Meh. What's up, Doc? Just stupid for Halliburton. I took a wrong turn in Albuquerque. Shit. Modine. Modib. He keeps saying Modine, by the way. But we know that Steve isn't exactly the best at pronunciating. I did that on purpose, guys. So I think that if I use this Tucker Carlson thing from Twitter, it seemed like it didn't really strike me. So here, let's see. Oh my god, one of my longtime clients started 9/11 truthing me today. Oh, really? Bro, doesn't that suck when, like, you're in the middle of something and, like, it's with somebody that you respect, or, like, I had this happen with a dentist where all of a sudden, like, halfway through my procedure, he just dropped that he was, a Trumper, and, like, I was just like, I'm like, I am very uncomfortable right now. Like, there was a level of unprofessionalism there where I was just like, I don't want to be in this chair. I really don't want to be in this chair. I should come to his stream and teach him how to say the names. You really should. Yeah, actually, that wouldn't be a bad idea, right? You might want to pop in and just give him a little, you know, heads up on what's going on. Suddenly, I don't trust your decision making, sir. Yo, you ever had that? Like, where you in real time, like, I had that with my parents. Well, I had that with my dad. Dude, I was like, God, I think I was like 15 or 16 when I finally witnessed something like that. Just, it hit me where I was just like, oh, he doesn't know what he's doing. Like, he is winging this. But, bro, when did you get your dental degree? Or where did you get your dental degree? University of Phoenix? No, that'd be funny if he's like, I actually got it at Trump University. It's just like, yeah, that's what I need you to do. See, I tell you that just to get you to say, actually, I'm a liberal. I just, your mouth is so small, and I really needed you to open your mouth wider. MAGA since 1492. I'll blame you for race mix. Or, oh, he'll blame you for mixer it. Dude, did you see that? I think it might have. It might have been him, but Steve, like, not only has he not been shouting him out as often, but there was one little bit there where he just said MAGA. And he, like, told him, he's just like, you got to knock it off, otherwise I'm going to have to ban you. I was just like, it sounds like old-time conspiracies, weapon of mass destruction was pulled on me. Well, the thing is that, like, how do we not kind of fall back into that shit when we're, like, getting pushed into the deep end of it? Like, this time they didn't even bother with the 9/11. Like, false flag or not. Well, I gotta be careful using that. 9/11 was not that. I actually truly believe that is not the case. Is that a stand? Is that a stand I hear? Come here, bro. There he is. There he is. This stream didn't feel quite right without the bow. Ooh, you're hanging with your mouth though. Oh, what's that?
Szechuan chicken, fried rice, and mini egg rolls.
Oh shit. Damn. Thank you.
And beer.
Oh, gracias.
Mhm.
Shit, that's hot. That's like really hot. Supervisor. Yeah, the supervisor has come. Yes, the supervisor is here. Is that Uni? Yeah, yes, that was Uni. I just got a food drop on me, which does not. Let's see. I'm gonna do this. I just don't have any space on my desk. Give me a second. I know, Stan. Welcome to stream, buddy. You didn't want to come down. You were being kind of a butt, to be completely real with you guys. I let him outside, and he was just being like, God, he's being such a turd. Hi, Uni. I don't know if she watches this, and no, she does. No, she supports the stream, guys. No, she likes to hang out with you. She likes the community. So yeah, do not be afraid to say hello. Oh, and people keep slipping and calling Iran Iraq. Yep. Yeah, I've been seeing that a lot. Here, you know what? Fuck it. Since I got this food to eat, let me retitle this. We'll do a little politics. Fuck it. I didn't want to, but hey, I do want to close out the first hour by saying I really appreciate you guys letting me be that open and engaging with me, and yeah, just being awesome. Thank you. Awesome. I don't know. Does kind of make me laugh where I'm like, this isn't normal. Like I have that occasionally with you guys where I'll have it in real life too, where I'll be telling a story and it's kind of like the memes where it's just like you look at a person and you're just like, why aren't they laughing? And they're like, are you okay? Like, bro, you don't got the the BS is over. Oh, not that. No. I have another thing where it's a debate on Piers Morgan that I just wanted to watch. It's cool. It sucks to lose someone you love. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Especially when they're like the ones that like really, like my mom, as I said, she was a special lady who, she really cared, man. She cared about me. I was lucky. Because the thing is, one of my best friends, his mom abandoned him when he was like 4. So, you know, I do have a lot of perspective where it's like, no, like I've always kind of known that too, where like I'm glad that like I'm not glad that that happened to him, but like I'm glad that I have that in my life where it gave me like a perspective where I was just like, okay, like being thankful is good. All right, let's try one of these egg rolls. Give me a second here. It looks too good, so. Holy shit! That was nuclear level hot. Oh shit, I actually just burnt my... Oh man. That sucked! Oh, fuck! Oh, fuck me. Yeah, that's gotta cool down. Oh, it sucks. I really wanted that too. Oh, dude. Like, I actually burnt, like, my, it's like the bottom part of my lip. I hate when that happens. Rules the whole meal with a burnt. Oh, my God. That's like the side of my tongue. And, like, the inner part of my lip. Fuck, dude. That, like, just... it exploded. I was like, ah! Reports on a nuclear threat in Chicago. Yeah, no shit. Stream. Dude. The sauce is to cool it down. No, it was literally like when you bite it. Be careful when you bite into that, because seriously, oh my God, that was hot. Oh. Every time I make bagel bites. Bagel bites are special for that. That sucks too, because they're so good. Ooh, bagel bites. You gotta cut them in half. Yeah, I'm aware. Thank you. Thank you. I gotta cut this in half. I will cut this in half. All right. So let me retitle the stream. Late night, or here, late stream. Here's more. Oh, potato bites. Yeah. Potato. Wait, potato bites when they're just big enough to. No. Yeah, I have these little hash brown things. I guess you call them potato bites, but yeah, like we have these little hash brown bite things. That same thing. You put those in the air, in Steve's favorite invention ever, the air fryer. Tater tots or tater tots. I almost heard the tone through that, where it's like, you mean tater tots? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Tater tots. Whatever. Mini hash browns. That's what they are, right? I mean, come on. But they're not really, are they? Because tater tots are a little bit softer. Mini hash browns are, the consistency's different. It's all just fried potatoes. What are we doing? We're mincing potatoes here. God, this stream got weird. Here, I just changed the title. We're back to politics. It's High on Politics, guys. Welcome to the show. We're in the, oh, God. You mean tater tots? Yes. All right, take 2 of this fucking egg roll. Hold on. God, this thing was hot. That's good. I can't believe that happened. God, that hurt. All right. I will not eat on mic, at least, since I have to, Yo, CK, what up, man? How you doing? If, you actually, I know that you appreciate, like, a little bit more, like, the comedy and the, like, the, personal stuff here. I think you would enjoy the, first hour of the show. I kind of just, was chilling and talking, telling stories about my family. Mukbang? Ew. I used to, like, I don't, no. Ew. No. No. I can't stand when people eat on mic. That shit. No, thank you. No, thank you. Well, I am off to bed. Thanks. I enjoyed the stream. Good night. Good night, Robin. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'll see you later. Good, thanks. Warm winter afternoon here. Nice. The avocado guy? Wait, who are you? Wait, who are you talking about? Avocado guy? I don't know the ins and outs of YouTube like that. He became super fat and weird and then got skinny. Oh, yeah, that guy. Yeah. No, I do know who you're talking about. No, it wasn't Epic Mealtime. It was it was another one. I don't like it when I get corrected on which fried potato I want. White Castle corrects me when I ask for tater tots and they say hash browns. Like, bro, you know what I mean? Just give me the tots. Bro, you know what I mean? Just give me the fucking tots, man. You go to Sonic. Yeah, I want the hash browns. No, see, at Sonic, if you do that, you'll get a hash. Like, they'll give you the hash brown. They actually have like hash. No, that will fuck you. Hold on. There is merit to the whole difference here. I have to be honest. I didn't think so until I ran across that specific scenario where I'm like, because I do know that at Sonic they got those badass hash brown patties. Those things are great, especially like after a long night of drinking. Oh god. But no, I agree with you. Well, it's like the same way, like people make that joke about Starbucks all the time, where they're just like, yeah, large large, medium, who gives a shit? Just give me my fucking drink. You know what I mean? I love a good crunchy hash brown. Oh, dude, that's... Yes. Okay, like... I'm not doing this for the long term here, but the hash browns from McDonald's, holy shit. Like, especially when they're not, like, if you get them and there's a soggy mess, fuck those. Just drop that thing in the garbage. But if you get it perfect, oh my God, exactly. Top tier. Top tier, yeah. Gonna get the hash browns from McDonald's, yeah. Make sure you ask for fresh hash browns. Get a receipt, yeah. Frozen hash browns from yeah, no, they I actually got some of those in my fridge. Yeah, the trader, yeah, they're good. Yeah, you put some shredded Mexican cheese on those. A little bit of hot sauce. Hell yeah, man. Now we're cooking. All right. I am doing the thing where I'm like talking about food, staring at my food, and I'm just like, okay, so we're gonna do this thing where we watch the Piers Morgan debate while I eat a little bit of my dinner, and then we're gonna come back, and yeah, it's gonna be a good hang. We're gonna talk a little bit of the Tucker Carlson thing with the Ted Cruz. Whatever I can get away with, we're gonna figure this one out, because everybody else has been using this, and I have a feeling that it's because they're using Twitter. So we're gonna try that. But with that being said, let's go to Dave Smith and Konstantin Kisin? Iran, Israel, Trump debate.
Way that this is always a one-way street. Iran said this, Iran threatened this. This is about a regime change war. Why are we doing this?
Yes, I think it's quite clear that Benjamin Netanyahu wants regime change in Iran, but that is not the same as the regime in Iran wanting to destroy Israel.
What was overthrowing Muammar Gaddafi? Was that simply replacing the leader, or was that destroying the country?
Let's stick to Israel and Iran.
No.
The Israelis say we want regime change. The Iranians say we want to wipe you off the map.
Do you guys think Benjamin Netanyahu has been mistaken for 30 years, claiming that Iran is a year to 3 years away from a nuke? Or was he lying?
Israel was surrounded by many, many countries who don't believe that it has a right to exist.
So I'm the moral relativist,
yes.
But then when I point out what one side actually did, you run away from it. Are you an Israeli? Why are you constantly running cover for them?
Because I believe in speaking the truth and being honest instead of dragging in stuff that's irrelevant. So the American government is so gullible that they just go around invading countries.
This guy is woke MAGA.
This isn't a secret. He's advocating
watching
that we
Dave
fight
come
more
around
wars,
this way has
and
kind
I'm
of been
telling you
wild.
that this war,
but
which we do not need to
do
fight, which
get
is not in our
reminders that he's
interest,
still
has the
libertarian.
potential to be devastating.
Nothing divides opinion more than war, and wars are often both launched and ended on the strength of popular support or opposition. When the stakes are so high and the consequences are so significant, everybody gets a say. In my view, that applies even if you haven't been to the place where it's happening. Much of the debate about the Iran crisis and others seems to boil down to some big themes: morality versus reality, idealism or pragmatism, intervention versus isolation, populists or lobbyists. For a big picture debate on a world at war, I'm joined by two of our favourite uncensored contributors who often trade respectful barbs on these matters and more. Konstantin Kisin is an author, satirist, and co-host of Trigonometry. Dave Smith is a libertarian commentator, a comedian, and the host of Part of the Problem. Well, welcome to both of you. Dave, great to have you back so soon. As you know, after your last appearance, I got chewed up and spat across cyberspace. Which I found quite an amusing thing to watch go down. What did you make of it?
Oh, I thought it was just so pathetic.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, I had mentioned this before, but if you, as I'm sure you do recall, but after my friend Daryl Cooper was on Tucker Carlson's show and he made some comments that you objected to, and I was defending him and giving my point of view on it. You had me on a panel. It's probably the most contentious that me and you have been on the show.
think who that was.
You had me on 3-on-1 with it was Seth Dillon, and then a world-renowned historian from the House of Lords, you know, like the leading expert.
He actually
on
is,
World
Andrew
War II.
Roberts, yeah.
Yeah, and I you know, I took my lumps. I tried to make my argument as compelling as I could. It was I didn't go online and just throw a bitch fest for the next week over how unfair it was. It's just pathetic. And I'm sorry, but Natasha was just lying through her teeth the whole time. And,
Nice.
and lies that, as you pointed out, insult the intelligence of the host and the viewers. And I thought you were absolutely right to give her pushback for that. So it was, I thought, number one, I thought you were right on the show. Obviously, admittedly, I'm a little bit biased on the topic, but I thought the reaction online was just truly embarrassing.
You know what was interesting? If they'd actually just said to me, you know what, Piers, did you go a little bit too far in the interrupting? Could you have reined back 10, 20%? I probably would have said yes, probably. I conceded that to some friends of mine. Yeah, probably slightly overdid it. My mother's always a good litmus test. She was like, you did go at her a bit, you know. I was like, okay. But then I was reminded that she was telling massive whoppers with real consequential elements to them, denying, you know, appalling things like the killing of the 9 out of 10 children in that one airstrike and so on, or at least trying to cast doubt over whether it had been proven, which I just found so reprehensible. But also, I just felt this is somebody who purports to be an international barrister in this area, who's clearly not, has got a horse in the race, right? Because it's Lawyers for Israel is who she represents. If you can't handle a bit of interrupting from someone like me, you're probably in the wrong profession, is what I thought. It's like, it's supposed to be part of your job, literally arguing with people, often in an animated way. Anyway, let's get into this argument. Because this was precipitated, for those who don't follow you guys as assiduously as I do, and I'm a big fan of both of you. Constantine, you called out Dave on X for accusing the actor Rob Schneider of talking with confidence on topics he doesn't necessarily understand. You said that's exactly what Douglas Murray had accused Dave of doing when they had a spat on Joe Rogan. And you said on X, I'm not trying to be a dick, but this is exactly what Douglas was saying to you. He was saying you talk about things you don't understand with a level of confidence that is inappropriate, and you pretended he was calling for censorship. You can't have it both ways. Okay, you've got Dave sitting here. You don't want to be a dick, which I appreciate, because I've had a fistful of that from George Galloway this week. So let's not get into dick measurement contests. But
He's still mad
this
about
whole
that.
argument, really, about people who are supposedly ill-equipped to talk about things. Whether it's Dave, because he's a comedian by stock in trade, whether it's Rob Schneider, whether it's anyone, really. Explain where you come from on that.
Well, first of all, you say it's been precipitated by this. I think the disagreements between Dave and I run about as long as the Iran-Israel conflict, so and probably longer. So we disagree on a lot of stuff. You've invited me on your show many, many times over the last year. I've always said no when talking about this stuff because I don't consider myself an expert on these issues, which is why I've consistently turned it down. The only reason I'm here tonight, by the way, is you said to me, I'm not going on your show until you come back on mine, and I thought that was actually fair enough. So particularly given that you have me here with somebody who's also not an expert, this is essentially two guys in a bar, in a pub, chatting about their opinions. So that's fine. However, I think the reality is that an issue of this complexity and seriousness should not be addressed by a former comedian and a current comedian. I don't really think that's the right approach. But my point to Dave is something else. My point to Dave is whenever he wants to take a shortcut and disagree with someone who's saying something that's different to him, he will resort to exactly the same thing that Douglas said to him, which is, you actually don't really know what you're talking about. You don't have the expertise to talk about this. You haven't been to the region. You haven't read enough. You haven't done this. You haven't done that. And that's exactly what Douglas was saying to Dave. Now, you can agree or disagree with whether that's right or wrong, but the fact that Dave is violating his own standards seems to me to be pretty hypocritical.
Dave, you're a rank hypocrite.
That's
Yeah,
what
this is
Piers
just-
saying it, not me. I did not add the word rank.
Yeah, he would have done
Okay,
it if he
that's
thought
true.
about
A
it.
bit. No, I'm sorry. There's for the record, I just want to say me and Rob Schneider made up. I've always been a big fan of his. We message back and forth, and we're cool. But no, I'm sorry. Obviously, this is ridiculous, and there's no hypocrisy here at all. It is if we were to come to a debate, and what I brought to the debate was I just said, "Shut up," and that was all I did for the debate, was just tell you to shut up. And I had no argument, and I didn't counter any of your arguments, but I just told you to shut up. And you were to say, man, that was a really ridiculous way to debate. And then I pointed out that you had also told someone to shut up once in your life. That wouldn't mean you're guilty of hypocrisy. It's a completely different standard to be dismissive to someone on Twitter than to agree to debate them on the biggest show in the world, show up in front of tens of millions of people, and your argument essentially is just to dismiss them. Your point doesn't matter. So no, and also, clearly, I wasn't telling Rob Schneider because he's a comedian, he can't have an opinion on this. I was telling him that I don't really think he knows what he's talking about on this issue. And then
Which is exactly what Douglas said to you.
Yes, but he didn't back it up with anything. That's the point.
And by the way,
Listen, Constantine, no one would have had a problem. The whole point was that Douglas had an opportunity to demonstrate his superior level of expertise and did not. And this is the overwhelming opinion.
Well,
Not
I
just
don't think
mine.
that's
But
quite
whatever.
true. I think
Let's-
on a
let's
lot of
us
the
argue.
subjects you debated,
Dave would
he
ever
actually
wanna,
did give
like,
very
do
good reasons
Hollywood.
why he
That's
disagreed.
one thing I always
Now, as
respected
you
about
remember,
him.
I wrote an article at the time talking about that situation. I did concede that I thought Douglas should have lent more into the arguments. The way you and I have always debated has been on that basis, right? And I think that is true. But I don't think this argument about Twitter really works, because when you go on our mutual friend Joe Rogan's show, you're in front of millions of people. When you and I are exchanging, or you and Rob are exchanging arguments on X, we're also in front of millions of people. We're also having a debate. I don't understand what the difference is.
You don't understand the difference between like dismissing someone on Twitter and agreeing to debate them and showing up with
Rob
nothing but
made a
dismissing
series
them?
of arguments on Twitter to you in front of those same millions of people that saw you on Joe Rogan, and instead of addressing his arguments with counter arguments, which is the standard that you normally apply and you demand that other people apply to you, you instead basically said, shut up, Rob, you don't know what you're talking about.
Piers.
Just because you read one book doesn't mean you know what you're talking about, which is exactly
It's not-
what a lot of people said to you, and you got very upset about it and pretended they were trying to censor you.
No, okay. There's a couple different things here. Number one, Pierce, as I told you, I think you, I believe, were my first appearance after the Douglas Murray debate
you
on
were.
Joe Rogan. And the first thing I said to you was that I go, look, there's been a lot of people who have been challenged to debates who say, I'm not going to debate that guy. He's beneath me. I've done that with other people. And then there's been people who accept and show up to the debate. I said, Douglas Murray's fatal flaw was that he did both. He accepted and then showed up and said, I'm above you. I shouldn't even be debating you. And it backfired on him. Now, as far as your I'm sorry, what was your second point there? I had another response to that. What was the other thing you said, Konstantin?
I don't remember the sequence of the points that I made. What do you mean exactly?
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm gonna save you both, because I think we've probably dealt with the element about whether you should be debating or talking about these things. You're both here to talk about stuff. Enough about 9 to 5. What about the most important bit, the 5 to 9? It should be the most
cozier,
comfortable
huh?
part of your day, and today's sponsor can help. Cozy Earth's bamboo sheets are temperature sheets, clothes, and
You know what?
more. You will feel the difference
They
on the
sponsor
very first
Majority
night.
Report.
That's CozyEarth.com.
Okay.
Promo code Piers. Stay cool. Constantine, let me start with what you said. Donald Trump, you believe, has played an absolute blinder in the Middle East. Dave, to put it mildly, does not agree and thinks he should now be impeached for betrayal. So first of all, Constantine, why, in your estimation, has Trump played an absolute blinder?
Just to put this in context, I said this, I think, on Friday. I spent that week when these initial strikes happened in Washington, D.C., and the point that I was making is I don't think that, certainly none of the people I met in Washington, D.C. with any insider knowledge thought that Benjamin Netanyahu had ordered these strikes without at least a wink and a nod from President Trump. So President Trump is doing something that from what I remember, he said it between 30 and 40 times on the campaign trail, which is Iran must not be allowed to get a bomb. And he's achieving that outcome while not taking any of the blame or any of the flag for it. That was the case on Friday. Obviously, the situation has evolved since then, and there's now a much bigger debate. But at that time, he had absolutely played a blinder in allowing Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israeli military to achieve the military objective, while also sort of claiming that he's not involved and kind of at that time getting
If he
away
now
with it.
gets involved, as the jungle drums seem to be suggesting, that is a massive moment for Donald Trump, I would say. I mean, you could argue that is the most important decision he will have taken as a president, and maybe the most important decision he ever takes. If he actually starts bombing with American forces, Iran, that is a massive thing to be doing. Do you think it's, as Tucker Carlson says, something that could imperil his presidency?
We are in the unknown, so nobody knows how this is going to play out. I think we should all be honest about that and be fair. What I think it really fundamentally depends on is what you mean by the word involved. If you mean that America is going to help Israel shoot down ballistic missiles, I don't know that that will be such a major decision or will be seen as
Well, let me
such.
paint a picture where they use a B-52 bomber and they drop one of these buster bombs to try and get to the nuclear sites that the Israelis can't get to because they haven't got that technology. If they were to do that, in other words, directly use American forces to do the bombing, would your calculation about Trump change?
These are all hypotheticals, because the one thing that I do know, and I think Dave will tell you this himself, is the thing that people in the United States, from talking to people there, are most concerned about is any sort of boots on the ground scenario. They do not want American soldiers in the Middle East. I think they're right not to. I genuinely think that. And so fundamentally, it really depends on what happens and the way that it happens. And you're right, it is a big decision. But I think it's, you know, all this stuff, you know, I mean, Dave's calling for President Trump to be impeached over this, when this is something that he promised the American people 30 to 40 times on the campaign trail.
Well,
Doesn't make any
okay.
sense.
But on that, I would clarify that. He said that number of times that Iran should not be allowed to have a nuclear bomb. That is indisputable. He also has consistently portrayed himself as a man who wants peace, not war. I'm going to solve the problem in Ukraine, solve the Middle East, and so on. This would go against all of his claims to be that person. And of course, the big debate behind all this is that Tulsi Gabbard, his own Director of National Intelligence, the IAEA director last night, they both said in very recent times, including 24 hours ago, in the case of the Atomic Agency, that there
Have you ever had like hemp sheets? They're really they're cozy as fuck.
is no evidence that they've seen
I mean, you probably
that
haven't.
Iran is anywhere near progressing to an actual nuclear weapon.
Yeah.
And I think that's the key point of this.
So I like Tulsi Gabbard. We've had her in trigonometry. I think she's a great human being, which is why I did her the courtesy of watching the full clip of her testimony that she gave. And what she says in that testimony is that Iran is not pursuing the nuclear weapons program, but what Iran is doing is enriching uranium to 60% and beyond, which is a clear indication of their desire either to actually make nuclear weapons or to move much, much closer to a position to be able to make them. As I think Dave would concede from all the nuclear scientists, what they're saying is you need about 3 to 5% enriched uranium for civilian purposes. They are now enriching uranium to 60%. And by the way, this is also in the IAEA report, and no one's talking about this. They're using their 20% uranium to make 60% uranium, which is, again, an indicator of the fact that they're moving either towards attempting to make nuclear weapons at some point or to be in a position to do so. And that is the threat. And there is no other reason for them to be doing that. So yes, they don't have the exact bomb ready to go, but they're moving in that direction. And Israel is in a position to deal with that threat for the first time in a very long time. And I understand why they're doing it.
Okay, Dave, before we get to your response to that, just explain to people why you have called what Donald Trump is doing a betrayal and why you think he should be impeached.
Well, I think he has brought us into a war with Iran. Now, how much this war escalates, we will see. And I think that this is it is the most profoundly risky and reckless policy he could have pursued, or just about. I think this is very likely going to lead to a catastrophe, much like all of the other terror wars, including the one, Pierce, that you heroically led the opposition in the UK to in 2003, of course, referring to the war in Iraq. And as you remember well, Pierce, from that war, the justifications just kept constantly changing. And then when one fell away, they'd move to the next one. Oh, he was in on 9/11. Okay, he wasn't in on 9/11. 9/11, but he's got weapons of mass destruction. Okay, he doesn't have weapons of mass destruction, but we have to liberate the people or bring democracy. And I've already seen that it's remarkable how sped up it is. I've already seen so many of the war hawks bouncing back and forth between all of these different justifications. But of course, in the end there, all of the justifications failed. Not only did he not have weapons of mass destruction, not only was he not in on 9/11, but we also didn't liberate the people. The worst thing that ever happened to the people of Iraq was George W. Bush's war there. And as far as Iran enriching up to 60%, yes, it's true that they only need, I think, between 3 to 5% for civilian nuclear purposes, and maybe some like around 20 to 25% for some medical needs. But that is what is known as a latent nuclear deterrent. There is another reason why they would have that. They want to demonstrate that they can get the bomb, but they don't have it right now to stop something like this happening. But the bottom line is that since 2007, our CIA has said they don't have nuclear weapons, and they're not striving to achieve them. Tulsi Gabbard, not only in her testimony, but in the Director of National Intelligence as her capacity serving that role, in the annual threat assessment just put out a couple months ago, reaffirmed the same thing. And so is the global community. Iran has been willing to negotiate this entire time. And maybe the negotiations haven't been successful, but even Benjamin Netanyahu, in his interview with Brett Baer the other day, couldn't even manage.
I don't want to be in agreement with him. Yeah, trust me. I'm not sure if you have the same type of history of watching this guy
to lie and say that they've broken out and they're pursuing. He said maybe a year. The same thing he's been saying since I was 7 years old, lying over and over and over again because he wants a regime change war here. And he's said this in his own words, and so have all of the neoconservatives. Look, right here on your show, Piers, which I think might be the most fascinating moment in the history of Uncensored, when General Wesley Clark reaffirmed that not only had he seen the plans to overthrow 7 countries in 5 years, but that it went all the way back to the early 90s, and that it was revived, in his words, in a study paid for by the Israelis. They've gotten the 6 other ones. This is the 7th one. This war is not about nukes that Iran doesn't have. And just one more point I would make, as the great Scott Horton said the other day. Look, I mean, even if they were developing nukes, which they're not, Truman knew that the Soviets were developing nukes. He didn't launch an aggressive war against them for it. And Johnson knew that Mao Zedong was developing nukes. He still didn't launch an aggressive war against the country. And the point is that you could sit here and say, just like they did with Muammar Gaddafi in Libya, you could sit here and say, no, we're just going to have a no-fly zone. We won't have boots on the ground.
Really,
we won't
really
have
good
this. Look, Iran has already demonstrated, in a few days, that this war has been going on, that they're more capable than all of the other countries we picked on in the terror wars. They've already hit Israel and killed people there. What's going to happen when a few Americans get killed? Hopefully this doesn't, but what's going to happen if that happens? What do you think Donald Trump's going to do?
Many of us carry around bulky, worn-out wallets that are uncomfortable and full of junk. The big question is why. Ridge wallets can hold 12 cards. Please support our show and tell them I sent you.
Yeah, you know what the problem with them is? When you stack your cards like that, it collects bacteria and it makes them unusable. I had that happen once where the security strip just was gone. And it looked like it was mold. I was like, ew.
I think that is an amazingly big question.
It wasn't, though. It was just the way that I guess bacteria works.
Well, it's fascinating. So the Iranians are willing to negotiate, but the negotiations aren't going anywhere. That's very...
I could picture Steve saying that. But my coins! Don't take my pennies!
Way of looking at it. Look, there's so much to address there, Piers. First of all, you've got to think about this and understand this from an Israeli perspective in the situation. A lot of people think that Israel has just launched the war on Iran. That's not how Israel sees this at all. Israel has been at war with Iran since October the 7th, when...
oh, shut up.
An Iranian proxy, Hamas...
What the fuck? So now, if any proxy just goes out and does it, it's just well... That was Iran.
On October the 8th, an Iranian proxy, Hezbollah, began to fire rockets.
So that means, by this logic, it's the U.S. who launched this attack on Iran.
Into Israel.
Interesting.
Then the Houthis, another Iranian proxy, began to attack shipping and also Israel. Right? Now, what has happened since then is Israel has eliminated those threats to, decapitated Hezbollah. they dealt with the threat of Hamas, and they are now in a position to deal with the threat they've always been concerned about. Now, why is Israel so concerned about this? Well, first of all, Iran has been saying for a very long time they don't want regime change in Israel. They want the state of Israel not to exist. Now, think about the fact that in the post-October 7 world,
Oh, damn, you got Aldi
they
style?
cannot take the risk that they're only enriching uranium to 60% because they want to threaten to have nuclear weapons. That is not something they can do. And by the way, Piers, there's something that people don't seem to understand about. You know, we struggle in the West. I really do think we all struggle in the West to understand the fundamentalist mindset. And let me give you an example of what the regime in Iran is like so that we can all understand what the threat here is. After the Islamic Revolution happened in Iran in 79, the war broke out between Iran and Iraq. And in that war, Iran was at a disadvantage. It was militarily backward. It wasn't financially able to deal with that. And you know what they did? They attempted to mitigate that by recruiting as many child soldiers as they could. We don't know how many because they didn't bother to count, but it's hundreds of thousands. And because some of them were too young and too weak to fight, they didn't send them to the front line. They sent them to sweep minefields with their own bodies. That is what this regime does. Now, if those people are willing to do that to their own children, 9, 10, 11, 12-year-olds, what do you think they would do to the children of their enemies if they get a nuclear weapon or if they get it close to, or if they're allowed to continue funding proxies around the Middle East in order to attack Israel as they've already done?
Dave Smith.
Okay, can I respond to some of this, Piers? Because as I always insist when I come on your show, it's always ironically, I get called a moral relativist when I criticize Israel, but I'm the one who's always asking for an objective standard here that we can judge all sides on. Because it's just, yeah, you can just focus on the horrible things that Iran did in the 1980 war with Iraq, which Saddam Hussein launched, and the U.S. backed Saddam Hussein as he was using chemical weapons. And
so that justifies using children to walk into minefields.
No, that is not what I'm saying.
Okay,
let
so
me
what
finish
are you
my
saying?
point here. Instead of just strawmanning, well, I was about to say, so
Okay.
let me finish it. Okay. By the way, Israel never killed any children, as you know, Pierce, right? They have the most.
Israel
respect
is
for-
not
for-
sending its own children into minefields. It's a massive difference.
Okay, Constantine, let me finish my point, and then you can respond to it and see
Go
if
for
you can take it on. Now, when you sit here and say that they've been at war with Iran since October 7th because Hamas is their proxies. What exactly, proxy means that I would think you have operational control over them or something like that.
Well,
It
actually,
seems like when it comes to
let me explain what I think that means, because I've been arguing
Okay.
that point in terms of understanding where Israel comes from on this, which is that there can be no doubt. I don't think, Dave, you would cast doubt on this, that Iran has financially and militarily given active and sustained support for a number of years to Hezbollah, to the Houthis, and to Hamas. I mean, you wouldn't dispute that.
Right. So, Pierce, then by your logic and Constantine's logic, is Israel our proxy?
Thank you.
They just attacked Iran.
Well, I
Made
would
that
say
point
that
before
Israel
they
is
did.
actually, you could well argue, given the amount of support that America gives Israel militarily and economically, yes.
Fine.
I mean,
fine.
look,
But
one
then-
person's
but then
ally
let's-
is another person's
Can I make some points on this?
proxy. But the point,
but then,
the po-
well,
the-
hold on. Let me just.
Yeah, but so I think
sorry.
ally,
Okay, but
proxy,
Can
they're
I
not,
flesh
they're not
out
that
your...
different.
Dave, I'm very happy to hear a counter-argument. Can I just flesh out Pierce's point a little bit, if that's okay? So
Sure.
Here's what we know. According to the State Department's own figures, Iran gives Hamas about $100 million a year, latest figures. They've been funding Hamas since the early 1990s. Yahya Sinwar said in 2017 that Iran is the single biggest military and financial backer of Hamas's military wing. In September 2023, a month before October the 7th, 500 Hamas fighters and Palestinian Islamic Jihad fighters were being trained by the Islamic Revolutionary Guard abroad.
It makes me doubt that how much it happened, or if it just happened to one person and then they just this is what they tend to do is they'll see one atrocity like that and they'll have footage of it and they'll just be like, see, and then they'll literally then go and be like, oh, hundreds of kids, thousands of kids, and still just that one kid.
I can't remember if it's in Lebanon or in Iran proper. And there are numerous chronicled, documented meetings between senior commanders of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and Hamas and Hezbollah fighters in the lead up to it. What do you think they were doing? Talking about world peace and swapping hummus recipes? This is something that they've been involved in very heavily, and they continue to be involved in. And Hamas and Hezbollah
Jamal.
are the sword hanging over Israel's neck that Iran has used in order
Free
to
Palestine.
prevent the very
Oh,
thing
yeah.
that's happening now.
Dave?
Okay, so to be clear here, it's an outrage that Iran has sold weapons and given money to Hamas.
Well, that's as realistic as the U.S. just giving our land back. So,
and therefore Hamas is their proxy.
not very realistic.
As we all know, Pierce, and me and you have discussed this, 2 weeks before October 7th, Benjamin Netanyahu sends the head of Mossad to Qatar to make sure that the funding to Hamas continues.
Sylvie. I mean, there is like a at least decent chance that they are swapping hummus recipes.
Yes. Is Hamas now a proxy of Israel? Is Israel at war with itself?
Well, I certainly,
By the way,
I think on that point, I certainly think that Benjamin
That's kind of
Netanyahu,
funny
when
to
this
think
is all
about.
over,
It's just
is
like,
going to
hold
have a
on.
monumental day of reckoning.
That's not
not
fair.
just in
Listen,
the
let me-
corruption courts, but I think he's going to have a monumental day of reckoning about how he allowed this to happen on his watch, how Mossad so spectacularly dropped the ball.
This
No
might be
one
one
can
of the
give me
most
a-
American questions I think I will ask you guys, but how would Old Bay's, the little bit of spice, be on hummus? Would that taste good or no?
good explanation for why they can carry out this kind of attack on Hezbollah
I feel
with
like
the
it would
pages
be
and carry out so precise an
decent
attack
spice,
in
but then
Iran,
again-
but didn't apparently know that Hamas was spending 20 years building a tunnel system and didn't know
It's called Old Bay's.
3,000 of them were about to pour over the border. I will never
actually
defend
might not
Netanyahu.
know. This
I
is
think
like an
he's
American thing.
Going to be a busted flush. I suspect he sees this attack on Iran as being a chance to avoid being a busted flush for a little longer than it might have been the case.
It's kind of like a like cayenne, paprika mix.
But there's going to be a day of reckoning for him. And the fact that he actively encouraged
Spicy.
billions of dollars to be funneled to Hamas
Hot hummus is
to
a
create a
thing.
divide and rule strategy between Hamas and the Palestinian Authority has also turned out to be one of the most
I
catastrophic.
think it would be good. Yes,
Wrong
I'm gonna try it.
things that an Israeli leader could possibly have done. So, look,
Yeah,
that's
but
where
just-
I sit with
I-
Netanyahu.
None of this
completely-
makes
I
Hamas an
completely
Israel
agree.
proxy, right?
Okay, fine. Well, yeah, I mean, it did kind of by the
They're not
definition
the
you guys gave me.
primary
But the
source
point,
of their funding
listen,
or support.
Okay, fine. Okay, it's got to be primary, just being, okay, fine, whatever. Anyway, the point is this, right? Obviously, right now, Israel has taken out much of the Hezbollah leadership. The Houthis have been bombed. I think there's still a bit of a problem for them. They've been absolutely leveling
I'm gonna
Gaza.
do.
And so they think this is the moment. And of course, Bashar al-Assad fell as well. So now they think this is the moment for regime change in Iran. It's the same reason why people like Ben Shapiro were celebrating when Bashar al-Assad fell. Now the Shiite Crescent is no longer supplying weapons from Iran to Hezbollah. But I'm not an Israeli. I'm an American. I'm not cheering when the emir of Al Qaeda takes over in Syria. And listen, whatever you put the risk at here, which if this thing keeps escalating, the risk of this going to a real ground war, another war in the war on terrorism. Let me be very clear when I say this. I don't know that America will survive this. We went into the terror wars in a much stronger place than we're going into this one. And this is a much tougher opponent than Saddam Hussein or Muammar Gaddafi. We didn't go into the terror wars $37 trillion in debt. We didn't go into the terror wars with the cultural and political and racial divides. We have mass protests in the streets right now over Donald Trump trying to enforce his immigration policy. This is going to be, this has the potential to be an utter disaster. And why should any American or British person, for that matter, why should any of us support this war? Because Israel thinks it's in their interest. Israel has attacked.
Well, I would
5 or
argue,
6
okay,
neighbors in the
look, I
last
would
year.
argue it's not just in Israel's interest. I think Iran is an evil regime that oppresses its people, that has funded terrorism.
So was Saddam Hussein.
Well, yeah, I agree. But in Saddam Hussein's case, I never believed.
Saddam Hussein never funded
Well,
terrorism.
I never believed that Saddam
I
Hussein
said
had
that before he said
WMD.
funded terrorism,
I think the
yeah.
difference
There
here
was
is
no terrorism in Iraq until we got rid of Saddam, actually.
tax day has passed, but for millions of Americans, that's where the trouble begins. The IRS is now ramping up enforcement for those who miss the April deadline. .com/biz.
Yeah, but you know who they're
Let
not
Tax
going after?
Network USA make the next move not
Some
the IRS.
billionaires. Give me 1 second.
No. I'm sorry. Just to be clear, I said that before I heard Piers Morgan make that point. I was saying about being a brutally oppressive, oppressive dictator.
I think you can't hold any truck for this Iranian regime. I think a lot of Iranian people would agree with that. I think they would love to get rid of them. I think that Israel has every right to feel threatened by Iran's tentacles and the way they supported 3 different terror groups right on their border. So I'm not saying that you're not right, that this might all backfire.
Let me just ask you.
I'm not saying it may not backfire. I'm just saying
Sure.
I do understand why Israel has decided to do it now. I think they sense that Iran's regime has never been weaker because of what's happened in Syria, because of what happened to...
I did look into it. Guess what, guys? I don't get to classify my tips, my YouTube tips, as tips.
Hezbollah. What's been the most significant moment of the last week? Probably
figure.
Hezbollah saying we're not getting involved in this. Right? So, that to me was a very significant moment. And that may well have emboldened not just Israel to continue pummeling Iran, but also may have emboldened Trump to think, well, actually, if we're ever going to deal with this regime, now is the moment. Now, that's not to say, Dave, that you're not right, that this could all backfire horrendously. And if America gets sucked into a ground war, then it will be a complete nightmare. I've got no doubt about that.
Yes, but would you also concede? Would you concede, though, that if you allow Iran to enrich uranium, that also could backfire?
Yes,
right?
I was about to say that. And also I was about to say that Russia is now making pretty worrying noises that if America gets involved, it's not going to tolerate it. So you can't ignore that, given what's happening in Ukraine. But yeah, I think in your point, Konstantin, yes, when I saw that IAE report, I read it and I thought they've gone from 3% to 60% uranium enrichment. And there's only one reason you would do that. Either you take Dave's view, which is they're doing that because they want to have a form of nuclear deterrent without actually having a bomb. Or if you're Israel, you're like, these people have been funding terrorism against us for decades, and now they've gone from 3% to 60%, way more than is needed for any civilian use. Clearly, they are on a fast track here to be a nuclear power, and we cannot allow that to happen. So let Konstantin respond first, but that's why I do understand
let's be honest.
Why Israel feels the way it does.
Well, exactly. And let's be honest about something here, Piers. The 3 of us are sitting in comfortable air-conditioned...
Why can Dave Smith only bring up Iraq and Afghanistan? To be fair, it's the one that, we lived with. I know that Dave is in a similar position as me, where he lost a friend. And I'm telling you, man, nothing will radicalize you against a pointless war quicker than losing somebody and then seeing how the army and how everybody treats them, and then using their deaths to be like, you gotta support your troops, you gotta respect the It's insane. It's fucking insane.
Studios on the other side of the world from the region where this is happening. We have the luxury to pontificate about the real reason that Iran is enriching uranium to near weapons grade. Israel does not have the ability to get this wrong and then go, well, I apologize, I got this one wrong, as Dave has done with President Trump. He supported him being elected, and now he's I got it wrong, guys, let's impeach him. Israel, if it gets this wrong, gets annihilated. They do not have the luxury of that. Now, Dave, I think the point you make about the American people, I have the greatest respect for the American people, and they should determine...
First blood is, the
course of America themselves.
Well, isn't that the one that, they actually, kind of followed the book for the most part?
They've elected Donald Trump.
I just a complete aside, I did one of those things where I had never read The Little Mermaid. I didn't really care to, but I saw one of those little things where it's did you know that The Little Mermaid's ending is so much darker? And I was like, really? And then I just kind of did the wiki on it. Holy shit!
And that is the reality. No one here, Piers found out, I think, with some history that Americans don't like being told what to do by foreigners. And I'm certainly not going to do that. It's up to the American people. I know the American people don't want boots on the ground, and neither do I. And neither do sensible people, I think. I think the extent of Americans' involvement should be to help Israel defend itself against the missile attacks and let them get the job done themselves. I agree with you. This is Israel's war. They should prosecute it to the best of their ability, and they should deal with the threat that they face from Iran. I don't want a massive involvement of the West. I don't think that's what we need. And by the way, Piers, just one quick point, slightly tangential, but not necessarily important. For those people who care about what's happening in Ukraine, this is brilliant for Ukraine because Iran
No, but she turns into sea foam.
has been one of the biggest suppliers of drones, the suicide drones that have been raining down in Ukrainian cities and killing civilians and military personnel there. The fact that Iran and Russia are now having to deal with this situation takes a lot of pressure off Ukraine, and it's good for that reason as well.
All right, Dave, the one thing I would quibble with about what you said earlier was about the way that Iran has responded. They always threaten annihilation when they get attacked, right? Or when they're involved in any kind of skirmish. We've heard it towards the end of last year.
I mean, I don't want to do that, but
Nothing really happened. We've heard it again now. And although, yes, they've got through the Iron Dome several times, they've killed some civilians in Tel Aviv. This is indisputable. So they technically have done better in terms of their revenge attack than other countries have fared against Israel. I accept that. But I also think we are far removed from seeing any kind of, huge resistance coming out of Iran. In fact, what you're seeing is their bluff potentially getting called here, that a lot of it has been rhetoric built on sand, literally, and that they don't actually have the military capability to even tackle a country one.
What do I think? Personally, I think that Iran having a nuclear weapon is something that has been talked about since 2001 is the earliest memory I have about it. And obviously that's, right post 9/11. And it was one of those situations where fresh out of 9/11, you could totally buy into it. And that's also why I could totally see why we were fooled into it. That's why this one kind of gets to me, because it's like, there is no 9/11. Like now they're just doing it. And they're like, that's scary as fuck. And on top of it, the xenophobia is there too. Like, that kind of makes me wonder where it's just like, oh, was it actually 9/11 that did it? Or were people like, was America always just like that xenophobic and hateful? They just needed somebody to point it at.
Its size in terms of population, let alone if the United States.
They're trying to use October 7th as 9/11. No, that's why they keep saying that.
Involved. So I think what you're seeing is actually the opposite of the way you characterized it. I don't think you're seeing a massive response from Iran. I think you're seeing as good as they can do, and it's not very much.
Well, look, I mean, this is what remains to be seen, and we don't know. But in 2007, when Dick Cheney was trying to push George W. Bush into war with Iran, it was the Pentagon who stopped George W. Bush from doing it. And it was them who said that we do not have escalation dominance over Iran, essentially meaning that we have, we still have thousands of troops in Iraq right now.
I was right, guys. I totally burnt my lip.
Now we have bases and embassies all throughout the region that they can touch. Now, we'll see, I guess, Piers. I guess we're going to play this game. I guess we're going to play this incredibly risky game.
I agree, it's high risk.
For no reason.
Am I more of an isolationist?
Essentially, from the United States of America.
If we have the ability, like, I don't want to be world police, but at the same time, if we can help and it helps, like, stabilize places, like, there's a fine line there. So, for instance, like, the imperialistic bullshit, I'm not for that, but there have been moments where we have, like, put our military somewhere as a deterrent that ended up helping
America's interests. And, look, this stuff, I'm sorry, I just find this to be too ridiculous. All of the intelligence is saying that they don't have.
And I'm not talking like wartime, like Korean style borders. I'm talking specifically like, like isolation, or not isolation. What's the word I'm looking for? Smaller conflicts, like throughout, like, Africa and all that.
Nuclear weapons, and they're not pursuing nuclear weapons. There is one country, one government in the Middle East that is not a member.
Come and save the motherfucking day,
of the non-proliferation treaties that has nuclear weapons secretly, and it.
Fuck yeah. Freedom is the only way.
Ain't Iran. It's Israel. It is so ridiculous.
Well, I agree. It's absurd. As you know, I agree. Look, I agree. I don't understand how Israel
is pretty fucking catchy.
is allowed to continue pretending they don't have nuclear weapons.
Also,
But
also,
what are
yeah,
you
it's
saying? Are you saying
unbelievable.
Israel,
Hold on, let me
Iran
just make
should
the-
develop nuclear weapons to compensate for that reality? Or
No,
what?
no. What I'm saying is this, okay? Whenever you guys talk about this, even already, and Pierce, I gotta say, I thought you were a little bit guilty of this right after October 7th, understandably, perhaps so. But even right now, whenever we talk, it's all about the Israeli perspective, as if we're all Israelis. Oh, Israel can't take the risk that they have 60% enrichment. Israel can't get this wrong the way I could change my mind about supporting Donald Trump. I guess Israel can get it wrong when they lure America into a war, when they pump out propaganda
Call it the triple B's.
saying that Saddam has weapons of mass destruction. That's okay when they get that one wrong, but they can't get this one wrong. Okay, fine.
Why are you
fine.
blaming
So-
Israel for that? It was your own government lying to us about that. I was protesting against
I
the war in
blame all of
Iraq
them.
exactly the same.
Yeah, we blame all of them.
Wait,
No. I actually agree with Dave on this one.
you and Pierce.
I think we all
Wait a minute.
oppose it.
You can blame all of
It was our
them.
government's
for
lying to
you.
us. It wasn't about
Hold
Israel.
on.
Why is
Let me
everything that
respond.
happens in the world the fault of
Wait
Israel?
a
then?
minute.
This is such a blatant straw man. I didn't say everything
Yeah.
in the world is the fault of Israel. I'm saying they were also guilty of this.
But
Believe
why are
me,
you putting the emphasis
let
on
me
them
finish a
when George
sentence.
W.
Constantine,
Bush
let me
and
finish.
Tony Blair were using their bully pulpits to make this point to a far wider audience than some guy in the Middle East called Benjamin Netanyahu?
If you think that I am
Honestly, I'm gonna watch Team America because holy shit. If there's never been more of a time to just go back and watch anything from the early 2000s, like from 2001 to 2008, because around 2008, like once Obama came into the picture, people really did start, like they got out of that terror, the terror,
removing
like they got out of that shit.
any of the blame from George W. Bush
Kinda
or
sounds
Tony
like
You know what? He didn't end that fucking war.
Blair, I assure you, you're wrong, and you don't know what you're talking about. I've been blasting them for years. They're war criminals who should be in the Hague.
I agree.
That is not the
Dick Cheney, the biggest one. Everybody talks about fucking like George Bush. I think George Bush really was the patsy and like Donald Rumsfeld and Dick Cheney were just like puppet mastering everything with that
issue.
It's the same way that we have Stephen Miller and I don't know. Who's the other guy? Is it just Stephen Miller? That would be fucking terrifying.
We are talking specifically about the nation
At least there should be somebody else that should, like, was it Elon? No. I can't let that be it.
of Israel right now, so I'm talking about their responsibility. And why is it, by the way, that this is always a one-way street? You know, I hear all the hawks constantly being like, Iran said this, Iran threatened this.
The way they portrayed the left didn't age well. Sam took that movie personal because they blew up Janine Garofalo, spell check.
What about the threats in the other direction? Maybe Iran feels like they don't have a choice to not. So look, Muammar Gaddafi, Iran
Heritage
is
Foundation, Peter Thiel.
on the list of 7 countries that are supposed to be.
The thing is, if we were better at this, we would have been like the second that QAnon started in with their bullshit and anybody like. I hate to say this, but I think like about like people like Honeybee, where we should be just saying like the Heritage Foundation, Peter Thiel, we should be pushing them as the deep state. Like I know it's almost uncomfortable to like stoop down to that level, but it's like it's not true.
Be overthrown. The U.S. government went and overthrew both of their next door neighbors, invaded the country.
I almost sent her pictures of the clouds in the sky today because we had like a lot of cumulonimbus, and I was just like, I didn't see none of them trails that you be talking about.
Countries and destroyed them after putting Iran on the axis of evil list when they had nothing to do with 9/11. And then when
fun.
Muammar Gaddafi denuclearized, they went in there and overthrew him in the most violent, brutal way, was sodomized to death by a pack of madmen. Maybe Iran also feels that they can't get this one wrong. Why are we
I know a QAnoner who hates Peter Thiel. She gave me hope.
doing this? This is a country that poses no threat to the United States of America. And if you guys want to try to hang on the fence here and go, hey, I'm not telling Americans what to do. I think Israel should do it on their own. But that's just a fantasy.
Oh, hell yeah. TK. Appreciate that. $1.05. That's a very specific amount. But I appreciate that. Thank you. Freedom! Hell yeah. Thank you for the $1.05. I really appreciate that.
land. They're not doing it on their own.
Oh,
They're
he
doing
just
it
heard
with
it.
our weapons,
He just
with
heard
our
that.
intelligence support, with
You little
our money,
shit.
with us protecting them from a retaliation strike, and
was really
at least
funny.
possibly with our president using negotiations
Did you
to
hear it,
dupe
Dono?
Iran into thinking that they weren't at risk. I mean, that's what Benjamin Netanyahu says, and that's what some other reporting says. Maybe that's not the case, but either way, he pretended like he was afterward. So no, none
Or
of this
tip.
is being done without America. This is about a
just
regime
drooled
change war.
all over my
all of
pants,
them
you
said it
little
in their own words. They're on record. Do you guys think
Ew.
Benjamin Netanyahu has been mistaken for 30 years, claiming that Iran is a year to 3 years away from a nuke? Or was he lying?
Well,
Which
I
one do
think,
you guys
I think, listen, I think the reality is the thing that struck me was going from 3% to 60% suggests an intent.
but-
it suggests an incontrovertible.
Or
no
what's-
one
Piers, they're not the only country that does this.
but nobody disputes that Iran has gone from 3% to 60% in uranium enrichment,
yes.
right? So,
That's
so
correct.
that is all. Unlike with Saddam and the WMD that didn't exist, that is indisputable. It's just how you interpret what they're intending.
But it's also no,
to
it's
do-
not about how you interpret. You need to know fucking nuclear science, dipshit.
with that. And let me ask you,
Which
Can I just-
don't
one quick
know nuclear science that well, but I also do know that 60% is not what you need. Like that is not weapons grade the way that they think it is.
on this. So first of all those regime wars you're talking about are the fault of the US and other Western governments who pursued them. That's who's responsible. That's who should be to blame. And as you say, should be prosecuted for that. But the reason people rightly call you a moral relativist, Dave, is that you don't seem to understand the difference between, yes, I think it's quite clear that Benjamin Netanyahu wants regime change in Iran.
It's useful, yeah.
But that is not the
reactors.
same as the regime in Iran wanting to destroy Israel. There's a big difference. If the mullahs in Iran wanted a different prime minister of Israel, that is not the same as wanting to destroy their entire country. And the reason Israel is as paranoid about these things as it is, let's be honest, it's surrounded, or at least was until recently when opinion in many Arab countries changed towards Israel.
Oh,
Thanks
you
to
haven't
President
heard
Trump.
like the new narrative that like they went after Trump and they're trying to pin his like assassination attempts on him.
Abraham Accords.
Literally
Israel
saying that,
was
like,
surrounded by many, many countries
you know,
who
Iran
don't
was behind
believe
it,
that
kind
it
of
has a
bullshit.
right to exist. And that's the difference. And that's why people call you a moral relativist.
Well, okay, well, that's totally ridiculous and makes no sense
Why?
at all. And it only works. I'm about to answer, Konstantin. Let me finish. Because it only makes sense when you only say, I ascribe the worst of intentions to this regime and the best of intentions to this. What was overthrowing Muammar Gaddafi? Was that simply replacing the leader, or was that destroying the country, turning it into a failed
You've
state
brought in a
with
different
open-air
conflict. Let's
slave
stick to
markets?
Israel and Iran.
No.
The
You're
Israelis
missing- no,
say
you're missing
we
my
want
point.
regime change. The
No.
Iranians say
No,
we want to
Konstantin.
wipe you off the map. Like,
Oh, yeah. So
that's
I'm
pretty
the moral,
different.
Hold on. So I'm the moral relativist. But
Yes.
then when I point out what one side actually did, you run away from it and say, oh, no, we can't talk about
It's
that.
your
Talk about
government
something
that
else.
destroyed Libya. It's not Israel.
Konstantin,
your
do you know
government.
anything about this? Israel was lobbying for us to do this for
Who
years
made the
and
decision
years
to
and
do that?
years. Our government, and I
Yes,
hold them
exactly.
criminally
So
responsible.
blame them.
Yes, Konstantin, why are you an Israeli? Why are you constantly
No.
running cover for them?
Because I
am
believe in
blaming
speaking
my
the truth and being honest instead of
No, you're
dragging
not
in
speaking
stuff
the
that's
truth, dude.
irrelevant.
No. It's not irrelevant at all.
I
What
was
are you
wondering what
talking
I'd be
about?
like.
Yes, my government is criminally responsible for
Great,
the war
then
that
deal
they
with that.
launched.
Specifically. I've
And the
taken it once.
And the Israeli government is also responsible for constantly
drew
trying
a
to
very,
lure my
very,
government into
like,
more
complex
wars.
picture,
And
and
that's
I
what I'm
see
standing
a
up
lot
against
of
right
time
So
now.
the American government is so gullible that they just go around invading countries on the say-so of Israel.
Again, what a straw man, dude. Benjamin Netanyahu came to America in 2002 and testified before Congress that the U.S. should overthrow Saddam Hussein, Muammar Gaddafi, and the Iranian regime. This isn't a secret. He's advocating that we fight more wars. And I'm telling you that this war, which we do not need to fight, which is not in our interest, has the potential to be devastating to our country, let alone the region. What is the moral relativism in any of that? I'm not
How did we forget
saying-
about how much we like sacrificed in that 21 years? How much life we sacrificed?
The moral
Iranians are good
relativism
people.
is once
Like, dude, this is the pro-life party. This is something that we were saying all the way back in 2001. Like, how can the pro-life party be the ones that are so fucking pro, like sending their kids to war?
side wants to wipe the other.
And then, trust me, oh my God, the support your troops crowd crowd is going to come out hardcore.
One from
They're going to start draping flags over fucking hockey games again.
the map. The other side wants not to have people who want to do that in charge of that country.
But
That's
Pierce,
the difference.
but Pierce, do you not get my? Let me just see, Pierce. Do you get my point here? This is what they said from the very beginning of the war in Gaza. Israel doesn't want to wipe Gaza off the map. Israel just wants to retrieve the hostages and get it. But they are wiping it off the map. So why do you just get to have this standard where you decide what they want to do? I can't base it on their track record.
God
we can't
damn
look at
it.
Iraq. We
He's
can't look at
cooking.
Libya. We can't
Like,
look at Afghanistan.
this is
Evidently,
weird.
as all the Hawks can see, we
I
can't look at
usually
World War
disagree
II.
with Dave on,
Everything
like,
is just
a
like World War
lot of
II.
things.
But it's not like the
Well,
last
I do-
25
what I
years
do
of
think-
terror
look,
wars.
as
These
you
guys
know,
have
I've
wiped
been-
countries off the map left and right.
Well, as
it's
you know,
what
I've
they've
been-
done.
I've
It's their
been-
track record.
Yeah, as you know, I've been increasingly critical of the Israel strategy in Gaza. It makes
recently.
no sense until you hear people like Smodrich talking brazenly and openly about ethnic cleansing. I mean, it doesn't make any pretense. And at that point, I do think that there are certainly people on that in that government at senior level who absolutely want to get all the Palestinians out of Gaza, out of the West Bank. And if that has been their plan all along from October the 8th, then I was duped, and people that feared that were correct. And we'll have to see how that plays its.
You mean the left? You mean the radical left that you have been just instrumental in demonizing? This is where you need to stop being a shithead and like really take the L. And if you're gonna try and be like because he likes to do this a lot, where he's just like, I admitted I was wrong. Well, no, you almost did it there. You gotta be more brazen though.
I hope that is not going to actually
Oh, fuck off.
be the case.
Oh,
And
see
the
right
people
there.
who say
Oh, I
on the
hope-
Israeli side, they say to me, well, you know, Smodrich isn't the government. Well, he's a pretty senior member of that government, and he's not even hiding what he thinks should be happening. Before we finish this, guys, I want to just talk about the politics here for Trump as well, because it's really interesting to me, Constantine. You've got the conservative right in America absolutely split down the middle. You've got Tucker Carlson on one side, and a lot of people who agree with him that this could be a disaster for America, for Trump. He shouldn't be doing it. Obviously, Dave and Tucker Carlson now unusual bedfellows on this, but there's always a first time for everything. But you also have a lot of people on the
I feel like
conservative
it'd be
right.
on his side of this
Lindsey
panel
Graham,
if like it was a
John Bolton,
four-way
others who are
debate.
absolutely gung
Four-way.
ho to get stuck into Iran here. Is there a danger that politically this really does fragment Trump's base support? And what does that mean for the Republicans, for MAGA, for Trump, for the future, for J.D. Vance and people who are aligned with Trump maybe at the next election and so on?
Well, I should preface this by saying I'm an outside observer in the United States. I do go there a lot. I spend a lot of time there. I speak to people there, but I certainly wouldn't claim to be, you know, the greatest expert in the world about what's happening in America. My sense, unexpert sense of this is that actually I think your presentation of it is a very online focused presentation. I think if you look at the polling, the vast majority of people in America are basically in the position I described earlier, which is they don't want Iran to get anywhere near or continue to get closer to developing nuclear weapons, and they don't want American boots on the ground. And that's the dilemma that Donald Trump has to navigate. And if he can do that...
Well, there's a third dilemma. You see, this is where it gets more complicated, because I don't think he's even thinking about boots on the ground.
Oh, the public lands thing? Yeah, that actually just hit us in Chicago. We have a Federal Reserve Park where they do like quail hunting, right? And it's like, it's been federally protected. I know that it's kind of like one of those African parks where they've always explained it. Like, we did a field trip there once where they were just like, we breed these quail, and in order to protect these quail, we have these people. Like, all I heard was, we have these rich assholes that pay once a year to come in and shoot these quail. It's a game, and they even say it in the video, like, too, where it's like, it's a gamey meat. It's not exactly not thought of as a fine meal, but it does the trick. It's just like, ew. Oh, hey, Earl of Laurel, YouTube sent me here. I hope I like you guys. Hey, I hope I like you, Earl of Laurel. I mean, got a cool name. Hey, if you're into the politics, you're into the if you're 420 friendly, you know what? I always say this is kind of like you just joined a smoking circle. You know, hacky sack might be kicked around. Who knows? But yeah, this is kind of just a nice place, chill vibe, chill people. We're politically all over the place here. I'm a leftist myself, but I welcome anybody who may agree, disagree, all in between. But the biggest thing is be cool, we cool.
But I do think he is thinking, probably as we speak, about whether he allows an American B-52
And trans rights are our bites.
to take a 30,000
I
pound
need to
bomb
put that
and
one
drop
in
it
the
on
header.
the nuclear sites, which Israel hasn't got the ability to get to.
Yeah.
I think that is probably
So let's be honest.
more likely than not right now
So let's
to
be
be
honest.
what he may order.
If that happens and it's successful and it doesn't lead to an escalation, everyone's going to love it because Americans love to win and they love to bomb shit, right? Let's be honest. That's the history of the last 20 years. And if that happens, they'll be very happy. And if it goes in a different direction, they will be very unhappy. So you're right. It's a big call. I don't think anyone sitting here, or frankly anywhere, knows how it's actually going to play out, or whether it's a good idea. And, I'm not sitting here advocating for that necessarily. I think Israel seems to be doing enough damage to significantly degrade any attempts Iran is making to have a nuclear enrichment program. And I hope that's the thing that we pursue. By the way, I don't think it's split MAGA down the middle at all. That's what it appears like on X. I really don't think when you talk to ordinary people, that's the situation.
Nice. Parks make a good. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why I love Chicago for that. Like, everybody thinks about New York and how they have Central Park, but one of the most underrated things about Chicago is how many parks we have and how widespread they are throughout all of the city.
In America.
Like Grant Park itself. Like
especially
it's
in the
awesome.
Republican Party, which is overwhelmingly pro-Israel and has
Also
been
has really
for
cool
a very
art.
long time.
There's
Okay,
a
Dave Smith.
art installation there that they like every year. They'll just like go put like a new one there. It's awesome. I love it.
There's no question. I mean, I largely agree with Constantine there. I
go
think
see
if
the new
Trump
one.
can thread
It's
the
really
needle
good.
here and not lead to a catastrophe, that he can survive this politically. I do think he's downplaying the split a little bit. It's again, it's not just about like polls about how people feel about boots on the ground, which obviously the American people
It's
are
always boots on the ground.
largely opposed to. And yes, it is true that most of the Republicans do support Israel, although poll after poll has demonstrated that this is really changing with the younger generation. But look, I mean, you have a situation right
Yeah, and the reason that is because they didn't live through 9/11. I'll be honest. Like, I don't want to be fucking kind of condescending about this, but for real, they did not live through like all of that. So they're more open to just being like, meh, maybe we need to go to war.
now. And, yesterday, like I started the day by denouncing Donald Trump, and I was, taking a lot, trending on Twitter and getting a lot of praise and a lot of insults and all that stuff. But by the end of the day, it was like Tucker Carlson was being insulted by Donald Trump for not even criticizing him, really just criticizing the policy while heaping praise on Donald Trump. But Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, I mean, some of the most influential conservative voices in the United States of America have all come out and really drawn a red line that we do not want to have
He's
another
doing
war
his
here.
blink
So
of,
the
shit.
point is that if it does get to that, and that's a big if. But if it does come to that
I
point,
am on the right of Charlie
like a
Kirk.
real boots on the ground
Damn
war,
it.
Donald Trump will absolutely destroy his coalition and his legacy along
Plus
with
9/11
it,
was way
as
worse
well
than
as his
9/11.
entire domestic agenda. I mean, you need as much political capital as you can get when there's people out on the streets protesting.
2003. Like 2003 stands out as a year in my life that was so fucked up.
Against his immigration.
They sold us like so much bullshit, and then when they declared that war, like that, the non-war on Iraq, the invasion of Iraq.
Policies, and he's risking.
I've been open about this with my chat and like everybody here. Like I lost a friend to that,
Wondering-
and like he signed up for the military, and by 2005 he was dead.
All of this. For something that's absolutely no
He
threat
signed
to
up
the
in
United
03.
States of America at all. On the side of the country who secretly developed nukes and is not in the Non-Proliferation Treaty, against the country who doesn't have nukes and is in the Non-Proliferation Treaty. It's the most reckless madness of a policy could possibly be.
Constantine.
Well, he's not pursuing that policy. This is what the point I keep making to Dave. What you keep doing, Dave, is taking to the extremist position. No one's talking about boots on the ground except the usual Lindsey Grahams, who no one in the Trump cabinet takes seriously on these issues at all.
I don't know about that.
They don't. The conversation that's happening is about what is the right level of America's involvement. We will see what that is. And by the way, look, I haven't seen Charlie Kirk, who is genuinely influential, I think, within the MAGA movement, criticize President Trump. I think he's been kind of balanced in his commentary. All the other people, the Candace Owenses, the Tucker Carlsons, etc., the vast majority of people within the conservative movement in America are not taking their opinion on this issue, and the polls bear that out.
Tucker, though,
well,
I don't think Tucker.
hold on, I would say
I appreciate that, man.
Tucker, I think he's
This is why I am a little bit more passionate about this issue specifically, because I am like, I don't want to see that happen again. And like, it's not going to happen to me. Like, me and my friends were past that age where this could be a thing for us, but I don't want to see, even, and this is what kills me. These are all people that like are MAGA, like these MAGA dudes that are just like, yeah, Iran. They don't get it. They're the first ones to go.
significant
These
voice.
people have huge audiences.
Well, when
I'm
I
not
saw-
saying they don't
Ron, what up? Why you up at this fine hour?
have huge audiences, but I'm
Thursdays I do a later stream.
saying a lot of those audiences are not within the conservative movement.
Right.
Full disclosure, have D&D night.
When Tucker chewed up Ted Cruz, for example, and did it pretty skillfully, I have to say, it made Cruz look pretty ill-informed about Iran. That's got a massive amount of mainstream media attention today. I think that you can't ignore.
D&D dash game.
I mean, it's interesting to me. Look at the split.
Play some Magic.
The MAGA names against Trump: Candace Owens, you, Dave, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Alex Jones, Matt Walsh, Tucker Carlson. Obviously, then you got the ones for Charlie Kirk's been pretty balanced, like you said, Lindsey Graham, Ben Shapiro, Dave Rubin, Mark Levine. I mean, I've not seen that kind of split on many issues, and this is potentially the biggest issue of all.
Can I just even responding to what Konstantin just
beer
said,
and
because I
chips.
thought I
Nice.
made this point pretty clear at the beginning, but let me try to make it clear. You can sit here and say nobody's talking about boots on the ground all you want to. This whole thing is about a regime change, and all of the major players have admitted this in their own words. Even Benjamin Netanyahu wasn't saying that Iran was on the cusp of having nuclear
But that
weapons.
could be
He just
regime
said-
change. But Dave, that could be regime change, as we saw in Syria towards the end of last year in December, when after a long and bloody and awful civil war, suddenly the downfall of Assad happened incredibly quickly, and it didn't involve boots on the ground in any conventional sense. It involved actual Syrian boots from civilians.
Yes, that's right.
And
right.
they
We
were
have-
able to
we
tell.
have- that's
And
right,
that's
that's
why
right.
I see, I don't think it can be ruled out that if enough Iranian people feel that their regime has been humiliated, has actually been exposed for not being able to hit back in the way they've always vowed to, feel that they're weak and disgraced and so on, why couldn't there be an uprising like we saw in Syria at the end of last year?
This is one of the
I don't
dumber
think it can be
takes
ruled
he's
out.
Yes,
had.
well, I mean, listen. So, Pierce, just to be clear, because you are right about that, there are the models like Libya and Syria where it didn't require long occupations and nation building, and all you got was a failed state with open-air slave markets, a massive refugee crisis into Europe, and now you have Al Qaeda in charge of Syria. And excuse me, as an American, my beef is with Al Qaeda, not
But
with
he's not.
Hezbollah.
He is not. Look, he is not
All right, we're talking about Labubu's after this. I got some questions for you.
behaving like a member of Al Qaeda. Now he's the leader of the country. He appears to be.
Oh, so that's
Well,
okay.
I'm not taking any.
Oh, all right.
I'm not. Listen, I don't take any. As Donald Trump
Cheers, clicky salutes. Hit that like button. Come on, Ross.
says, I don't trust anyone. Right. So let's see
But I'm
how
not
it.
saying trust.
Let's see how
I'm
it
not saying
plays out.
trust here. Hold on. Pierce, I'm not saying trust. This man was fighting against America in the
No, I
Iraq
know.
war,
I know his
part of
history.
the insurgents,
I know.
killing our boys.
I know, but
so
look-
why am I supposed to care about
No,
the
but then
people who kill
Nelson Mandela.
Israelis, but then I'm supposed to make up with...
Listen, Nelson Mandela was on the UK's prescribed terrorist list under Margaret Thatcher and went on to become one of the greatest people in history and led his country to a more unified place. In other words, Trump
I miss Michael Brooks right now.
is taking a bet that this new leader in Syria actually is a reformed character. And certainly, so far, you would have to say that the signs are reasonably encouraging, given the
I have a thought experiment for you.
apocalyptic feelings that some people had, that he would simply be Mr. Al Qaeda presiding over complete mayhem.
And one thing is worth adding, by the way, on this,
we
is that
start-
Iran
we
has
got
a
in the
history.
entire...
Iran, just a
Sorry,
quick
go ahead.
point, Dave, very quick. Iran has a history of 25 years or maybe 26 years of living in a secular and relatively liberal free society. So the people of Persia have a very different history to the countries you're talking about. This is not to say that regime change or the change of a regime does not lead to catastrophe. I mean,
And there's
Maggie in
no
a
obvious.
box.
I mean, someone wrote a very good piece about this week. There is no obvious savior waiting in the wings other than the Shah's son, who is a quite divisive character. I've interviewed him, I like him personally, but divisive character. But there's no like Mandela figure that you could point to and say is
Why do they
waiting in the
need to
wings
be-
to potentially come.
Why do they do this? They always do this. They find somebody that was in their lifetime and they're just like, we need to find another of this figure. But then they're like, how dare you call them the next Hitler?
Rescue Iran. That
Like,
person
what?
so far hasn't been identified.
Can I just make a couple quick points on this? Okay, so like number one, we
Appreciate
launched
that, Ron. Thank you.
25 years of what they are dubbed forever wars on the justification that Al Qaeda came over here and murdered innocent American citizens. And now I'm supposed to make up with Al Qaeda and forgive them for that because he put on a three-piece suit while I focus on Israel's enemies. I just find this to be like a crazy
Yes, it does.
ask of the American people. And then, you know, look, it's real easy to sit here and say, oh, yeah, they had a strong tradition of liberalism and everything's going to work out this time. For the first time, we're going to have a regime change that's going to work out really smoothly. Iran is so weak. The people hate them so much. This regime has been in power since 1979, spending the vast majority of that time having the most powerful governments in the history of the world, hell-bent on ousting this regime. And they've survived this long. Maybe you guys are right this time, but you know, Pierce, come on, man. I mean, you remember the mission accomplished banners. You remember when they had the first elections in Iraq and it even fooled Jon Stewart and he was celebrating, oh, I guess George W. Bush was right. And then we went on to the most brutal and bloody 8 years of civil war that saw 1 million innocent people die. The country absolutely destroyed, massive displacements and horror stories. And so, you know, it's like, I don't know if you guys have noticed this, and maybe it'll make you a little bit uncomfortable, but the amount of people celebrating this thing 4 or 5 days into it, like, oh my God,
It's
Israel
gross.
took out all their targets. Look how easy it was. We've been here before. I've seen this movie.
I'll be
and
honest with you, Dave. As someone who's not
I'm
pushing
so
regime
glad that
change or
he's here.
American involvement, as I've said, in the way that you think people are trying to do, I am celebrating the fact that Iran is no longer enriching uranium to 60%. I think that is worth celebrating. I think that's a good thing. I think we should all be relieved that that's happening.
Yeah, I kind of agree, but I
think we should be concerned about the
I also
risks,
agree
maybe.
with Dave Smith when he says this could go horribly wrong.
But that's what we're all saying. I'm saying that too.
Yeah, I agree.
This is war. Like, no one knows how it's going to turn out exactly.
I agree. I mean,
So-
I've gone as
don't
far
fight
as
wars
saying,
of choice.
well, I've gone as far as saying
Wow.
I think that unlike the Iraq War in 2003, I feel like this seems a justified action by Israel to protect its people from what is clear fast-moving acceleration of uranium by a lethal enemy that is wedded to terror groups all over its border
There it is.
who want to kill it.
The manufacturer
I understand
consent
that.
bit
It seems
right at the
justified.
end.
Now, does that mean I think it's going to work and isn't going to cause huge problems? No. And I think the jury is very firmly out on that. And it's going to be an extremely fascinating and turbulent few weeks and months ahead. And I think right now, Donald Trump, probably the loneliest
Well,
man in
Ron,
the world,
I can tell you right now that when some people drink, they're not exactly cool.
sitting in the White House,
You know,
working out
I had a
what
friend
does he
like that.
actually do now. And if he does press the
Keyword
button attacking
had.
Iran, that will go really against pretty much everything he said, other than specifically Iran cannot be allowed to have a nuclear weapon. But in terms of starting a war in the Middle East, that is really antithetical against everything he's said he stands for. So it's a really interesting, momentous decision for Donald Trump to be taking, and the consequences could be enormous. But gentlemen, I've really enjoyed this debate. Thank you both for agreeing to do it. I think it was constructed in the right tone. We didn't descend into ad hominem attacks.
Can I just say, I have a much bigger penis than you, Piers, and you, Dave.
That's actually almost certainly not true.
All right.
But we
A
will
reference to
we will
the
leave
George
it.
Galloway episode yesterday.
And Dave Smith, we all know, is the most well hung of the three of us. So why don't we just leave it with Dave Smith
He's
for the
just
win?
like- Indeed.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Constantine. Thank you, Pierce.
Thanks, brother.
I appreciate it, guys. Thank you very much.
How did you not actually like? How was he not able to hang with that? Literally. Your neighborhood sheep poster debacle this portrays it perfectly. What's up, man? How you doing? What up, Deke? How's everybody over on Twitch? It's good to see you. Wow. Wow, that got weird. Gotta unmute for dialogue. No, wait, I said drink, smoke. That's enough for a chill pill? Yeah. Came out of nowhere. Yeah, I mean, that really did. Idiocracy, it's what the humans crave. I didn't expect it to, like, go that far, man. Next debate with Queen Andrew. Make your closing argument. I have the biggest penis. I mean, God. Yeah, I've been thinking about doing debates. We'll see. We'll see. I feel like I'm more... Like, I'm in a proper headspace to do debates. Specifically about, like, the religious, like, shit that's going on. Because they're, like... Man, there's a lot of these undertones right now. And, like, specifically the Zionist evangelical shit with, like, this whole Iranian bit. That's where all this comes from, man. Like, this is why they support Israel the way they do, but that's also why they want to antagonize Iran into actually trying to bomb. Like this is the most fucked up part. In the Christian religion, they need both of them to be at war, and they need Israel to essentially get wiped off the map so Christians, the actual chosen ones, can come in on their, you know, and wait for their, you know, wait for Jesus on his winged horse to come in. That's a very evangelical perspective. Catholics don't care. I was both. I was Anglo-Catholic, and then I went to I didn't have much of a choice. I was in an evangelical cult. So, what Christianity is that? Not any that you know of? Oh, hardcore evangelicism. I don't know if we, like, see, we weren't, like, this is the one thing I will say about, like, my school and, like, the church that I went to, was they at least were just like, no, we're evangelical free. Like, agenda free, evangelical free. Like, because they used to claim, like, we accept Baptists, we accept Lutherans, we accept all of the wacky religions, and we bring them to our Protestant-backed religion. Like, we were all, that's what we essentially were. We were hardcore Protestants that had very, very hardcore beliefs in the end times part of the book of Revelation. Like, we didn't take it as like hyperbole the way that a lot of other Christian sects did. Because, like, I remember the first time I went to a Lutheran church and they were just like, we kind of look at that as like a, you know, like, you do know that guy was like kind of wacky, right? I'm like, yeah, but it's a book of the Bible, so, like, you know, and it's all the inspired word of God. So, you know what? No, gotta take it all or leave it. Whatever, man. Like, I've always had this. I've wrestled with this because, like, even in my religion, we did some, like, cool shit. Like, we did good things. We didn't just build churches and shit. Excuse me. But, like, if we went on, like, a missions thing, we made sure that, like, it was to help, like, build housing or, well, in my case. Okay. Yeah, we had some awkward ones, I gotta say, where they were just like, you guys could either sign, like, your family can sign up to bring in refugees from Africa, or they're like, you have to go to Haiti. I'm like, I went home with that, and my dad's like, "You're not doing either. I'm not paying for that shit." So, I got out of that. That was kind of nice. So we were a Pentecostal, but didn't speak in tongues. See, that's the thing. We always, like, I think that we were like kind of, what's like catty? Like we were like, you know, mean girly, because like we used to make fun of people that spoke in tongues. So no, we were not like that, but we were militant. So like I've explained this on here numerous times, so you can tune out if you know this, but at my school, the way that we would start our day, right, is, well, Monday specifically, we would go Monday and Friday, we would sing Onward Christian Soldiers, and then we would start with the American Pledge of Allegiance, and then pledge allegiance to the Christian flag, and then start our day. Oh, with prayer requests, where, as I have mentioned here before, it made me kind of a hot goss. So a friend of mine went to Japan and built a church in housing. Nice, actually. I mean, not the church part, the housing part, but also being in Japan, that's cool. I found the chips. They were in the fridge behind the cabbage, and they're cold. Oh, no. I hate when I do that. Oh my God, I grew up in an Assembly of God church, and speaking in tongues weirded me out every damn time. I didn't buy it. No, it's all shabalala ding dong. Oh, hostess. Hey, where's the cream filling? That one just made it came back. Or made it came back. What? Pentecostals are huge end time. Yeah, see the thing, yeah, we were just like short of that. Like, I don't know, man. Like, the way that I can describe it is a bunch of fucking like suburbanite white people. It's always, they were all white. White, like middle age, and they were all very of the like, we are going to get raptured. I'm not going, like, they were all of the mind of they will not die like just a normal human death. They will get raptured. Because, you know, there's nothing narcissistic about that. Linguists look into this tongue speaking. There's no it's gibberish. It's literally gibberish. No, it is. I know. No, this is why I always get bothered when people try to tell me, they're like, oh, you're just an atheist. You don't understand what it means to actually be inspired by God. It's like, yeah, I do. I used to be one of these guys where, like, we would sing, you know, our God is an awesome God. He reigns from heaven above with whiz. Like, I was totally, and banger song. But no, for real, like, when I say I love me some Jesus, like, I don't just say that. Like, I was into that. Like, I wanted to be like a pastor for like the longest time, and like that's the shit that really, really bugs me, is because do you know what kind of like condescension has to come with like trying to tell me that my entire, like, K through fucking junior year, so K through 13, or 13, you know what, K through 11, K through 13, because I was waiting for the 666, so I just went to the grade 13 by myself. No, but yeah, man, like, that was exactly what, like, they were all, like, I was all about that shit, and I loved Jesus. And honestly, I did kind of think for like a long time, like, that we were going, like, I actually was kind of like that. That's how I know. Like, I know that they were that selfish and like that narcissistic to think that like it was going to happen in their lifetime. Now, me, I kind of learned that from like being a kid, so I'm giving myself a pass. They were just selfish human beings who realistically were just like, no, I'm not gonna die. No, I'm going up with Jesus and the winged horse, bro. It's like, yeah. Takes a good story to do so. Or wait, I'm not anti-religion, so I don't mind any group, even secular, can commit atrocities. It's not about atrocities. Like, I'm not talking about the atrocities. I'm talking about the specific fact that they use all of that to justify their atrocities. And, like, do you understand that, like, Doggo, IPA lot. Hey, first time chat. Also, IPA. So, IPA, Doggo, better follow. Also 420 friendly, so I'm about to hit that. Yeah, if you haven't already followed over on Twitch and you're enjoying the program here, hit that follow button. And if you're over on YouTube there, hit that like button and subscribe to the channel because, yeah, it really helps me out, so. Oh, I got, here, I can show it, but I can't really transcribe it. Because YouTube be weird like that. I got a rice cooker. That works. Wait, can you use a rice cooker to, like, crispify chips? Whoa, what? No. Yeah. That's Rev. That's Rev. The Rev. The brewery's like, it's not too far from me. Like former tweakers, that guy clean. Well, see, yeah, well, I'm gonna be honest, man. When I got out of my religion, I did kind of feel that, like, not like tweaker thing, but I did kind of like feel this, like I needed to go to like an AA type of thing to like disconnect and like, I'll be honest, man. When I like found like being an atheist, and I hate to say this, but there was this like internet group that was kind of like into Sam Harris and like the new atheists at that time. That kind of helped me. Like, they helped me disconnect from my religion. And the funniest part is, because I was coming from a religion, I was very skeptical about them too. So like Sam Harris's takes on Islam, immediately I was just like, oh, that seems a little bit xenophobic. Like, I was like, okay. Him, Hitchens, all of them. Doesn't mean that they didn't have good ideas. It's just meant like, you don't have to take it all. You know, very grain of salty. But The End of Faith, specifically that book, that helped me disconnect from my religion in a way that was profound. Where without that book, I would not have been able to find the comfort and knowledge to get out. So that's why I get mad when people are just like, oh, Sam Harris is completely useless and blah, blah, blah. It's like, nah, not really. And honestly, like, that's also where I'm like, I'm all for people like having their own journeys, but like Christians are adamant that like they don't get to have their own journeys. Like, that's the one thing that you don't understand. We can have that opinion, but they don't. So like, it's dangerous too. Like, they will weaponize this shit too. Like, and that's why they go and say, oh, you're just a dangerous leftist. Like, when I was in the punk rock scene, they used to use that against me. They'd just be like, oh, he's just a punk rocker. He's into dangerous ideas anyway. He's probably just on drugs, and that's what got him out of his religion. Like, I had that said to my face once by this one chick's mom. Oh, my God. She's part of the PTA. You want to talk about balls. Sam Harris on COVID. If it was worse, people would think it was as bad as we say. Tea, crumpets, biscuits, mate. A girl we ran around with in after high school was in a weird cult, like in Kansas City. See, like, that's the thing. Like, when I say I was in a cult in the way that, like, I feel like it was a militant version of Zionism. Like, they wanted to make us essentially, this is always the weird part too, because I like remember when I found out about the IDF, I was like, "Do you guys like want us to do this?" And they're like, "You can't." I'm like, "Then what are we doing?" Because yeah, they were like very into ROTC was a big thing. Like they had a big thing, like a what do you call it? Like a deal with the ROTC program. I always thought that was a little weird. Like, dude, they hardcore recruited from our fucking school. But yeah, I attended a book burning. I've talked about that many times here. When Harry Potter was a big, like, we had. When there was the Satanic Panic, we had the Harry Potter panic, where for real, almost every single one of us had contraband. That they did a lot. Like they locked down the school. They made us open our backpacks and check our lockers, and they found so many copies that they were just like, "We're gonna make an example of this." Like that's how pissed off our fucking our principal. God, he was. Technically, we called him a dean, which was always so stupid to me. But, yeah, we had like a legit bonfire made of Harry Potter books, and I always bring this up, the D&D club. The D&D club lost their books, and they were pissed. There's like 4 dudes that were just like, oh. No, these people were meeting in different places every week. The pastor had control over their kids and marriage. Yeah. That's not unheard of. Like that happened. Yeah, that happened in one of our churches. That shit's always been wild to me. Did your mom put you in a 5150 hold when she found your Ozzy and Slayer tapes? Nah, but I can say this: I had to put my mom in a 5150 hold during one of her psychotic breaks. That sucked. No, my mom wasn't like that. My mom, she didn't think of like demons and shit like that. She was more like, she hated my Blink 182. She hated Blink 182. So like she hated the fact that like I was really into that, and she hated Limp Bizkit. You know, pretty much, and I trust me, I know I'm telling on myself here, where it's just like, you're, it's like, yeah, I know. I'll just never forget my mom calls me, right? She found my, the Limp Bizkit $3 bill, y'all, and she's holding it in the kitchen, and she's just like, do you know what this means? And I was just like, what? She's like, this stink finger. And I was like, no. All these years later, now I'm just like, yeah. Don't do it, Pepper Toss. Man, the right wanted to ban Harry Potter for being satanic. The left wants to ban J.K. Rowling for being transmedicalist. Sheesh. Yeah, right. Hey, I hate the fact that you're into that. Siding with your mother on this one. Dude, my neighbor was literally listening to it, and I'm watering my plants, and I'm just like, it was bad. It's just one of those days where you just want to wake up. Everything is fucked. Everybody sucks. I was just like, yeah. And immediately, angsty teen Pep came back out. I'm just like, I want to go get my red hat. And I'm not talking Baca, yeah. God, the fact that was the original red hat, that song Depends, is hurtful to all. Oh, man. Oh no, my second favorite one was when Blink-182 came out with their live album. This is how old I am. I went to Tower Records and I got three different copies, which thank God I did. Because I had a feeling that I was, first off, they did 3 different, like, prints of it where, like, the album art, all that shit was different. But I was one of those kids where it's like, well, I'm probably going to get this taken from me. So, yeah, I had, like, a backup, like, all right, just in case. And I think I'm smart. I don't know. But I hid it at my best friend's house who, like, his parents didn't give a shit. So, like, yeah. It's one of those situations where I was just like, and it happened because my mom, God, I just realized how like sneaky she was. Because, like, yeah, she would, like, totally go through my shit. But she pulls out the CD and she's like, do you think I don't know what this means? Take your pants off and check it. Do these guys really think they're funny? I was just, and I'm sitting there just like, you just, I need more Protestant. What the? Yeah, an idea. Bear with me. Uh-oh. What's your idea? Uh-oh. I'm not sure if that's how you spell bear with me. I think it's B-A-R-E. Yes, I'm going to be the spelling nerd here. Oh, and it's also W-I-T. No, I'm just fucking... I'm so fucking with you, man. We have fun here. Oh, as I said, hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. Earl of Laurel. Mom, they know they're funny. Well, I mean, I think I told the story where, no, it's bare, like, bare naked. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I think. Yeah. My mom would take my tapes and just put them on the speaker and oh, that's dirty. Oh, fuck, man. Oh, yeah, the magnet on the tapes. Damn, that's rough. I want a live debate on the Israel-Iran war. Don't want to break the chill, but that's what I crave. Oh, well, wait, you want to debate it? I mean, what would you like? Sorry, man. I know that I kind of, like, titled this debate. Shit. I also think that you might have missed the actual debate that was on, because I did watch the Piers Morgan thing here. Also, IPA lot. If you have not already followed, please hit that follow button. Feel like we're having fun here. You started it? No, I know I did. No, I know. I did it. I did the... Was it a clickbait? It's not clickbait if technically I did watch a debate on Israel. It's just one of those situations of, well, did you expect me to debate it? I mean, if you want to... The thing is, if you actually want to debate this and, like, you're on the other side, fine. I will totally drop the Discord link. That is not clickbait at all. I technically kind of have a call-in show here. I don't know. I need to get better about that. I should probably just, like, make the Discord link active. I don't know, man. I've become pretty protective over my Discord because my Discord is very, like, representative of my community, and I have a very cool community, so, like, I want to keep my Discord cool, you know? Fortunately, I just recently had to ban someone. So far, I have no idea how to read the room. Your room. Oh, shit. My room? Well, I got a lot of stuff in my room. I'm really into Godzilla. You know, you got some Pokemon. you know. I said, really into Godzilla. I don't want to call in. Oh, it's okay. Don't worry about it. So far, you don't need to call in. It's okay. If you put call in on stream title, people would really call in. They would, but the thing is that also means that I have to have a live link for the call in, and I'm not. I don't know, man. I'm not exactly crazy about that. Because I have like my little. That's why I like my invite only situation, where like if I invite you to the Discord, that means that you're cool enough to get the invite and have a nice chat. Because yeah, I don't know. I'm not for like just having the open call line, which I don't know. Maybe I should be. It just turns into such a shit show. We'll see. Plus, I have to be completely real. I don't want to really do it through Zoom, so I know there's a way to like dedicate a number to the show. I mean, so far I have no idea where you stand between Israel and Iran. Oh, I'm not for, like, I think that Iran's regime is like shitty. Like, this whole thing where people need me to take a side, I don't like that, because again, just because I am not xenophobic, I hope that's a big one, because I will not just shit on people because they're, you know, they practice a fucking religion. Trust me. Like, if I was gonna do that, then I would be much more anti-Christian, because I'm also not even one of those types of atheists. But no, I think that honestly, in the situation with Israel bombing Iran and starting this conflict and trying to bring the U.S. into it, and it also happening with such sus timing, where you had Piers Morgan, actually, like, he was one of the guys that was kind of leading the charge with the mainstream media, like turning around on Gaza and finally admitting that this was a genocide and admitting that they were committing atrocity after atrocity. But then sure as shit, they do this, and then what do we got? Piers Morgan's already abandoning that position. You know, we're just gonna completely ignore the ethnic cleansing that's happening. And like I said, I think that, like, they really want this to like, the Zionists want this to happen. So you got white evangelicals that are just like, fuck yeah, do it, baby, let's go. So realistically, I am anti this war 1000%. And I also come from the perspective of, I see that they're using the exact same justifications to do this as they did back when they tried to invade Iraq. And I also think that people don't understand how big Iran is as a country and how they actually do have this manpower. So I'm not going to ignore it. Ignore what? Sorry, can you elaborate? There's new one. Also, Earl, if you have a Twitch, it's a little bit easier to talk to if you have a Twitch. So if you want to go over to Pep Talks TV, it's easier to do that over there. But if you can deal with the 6 seconds, then fine. God, you are so pretty with them long hair. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. Love me a good compliment. I will take that one. No Twitch. It's okay. All right. 6 seconds then. What shampoo conditioner are you using? Nioxin. Nioxin on both. 38 years old, man. Trying to keep my my hair. Earl, you're old. What's your position, Earl? Well, I recommend Nioxin. I really do. It feels good too. It's got like menthol in it, so it like makes your scalp tingle. I like it. Iran still flies the F-14. Really? Wait, are you dead serious? No. There's no way. We sold a bunch of them right before the revolution. They kept those things going? No. Yeah, they have time. That's fucked. What are they doing? Is it like Cuba where they're making like freaking parts out of, you know, duct tape and hope? Okay, thanks. Let me order it. Yeah, hell yeah. Nioxin is the shit. Also, hit that sub button if you haven't already. Hit that like button on the stream. Really helps out the channel, helps me out, and yeah, if you're enjoying yourself, please do. Well, they're probably not. Yeah, I was about to say, they cannot be flyable. There's no fucking way. Like, okay, so my buddy was I can only say so much because honestly, it is one of those situations. I don't want to get him in trouble. But he was an aircraft mechanic in the military. It is a aircraft mechanic in the military. And dude, the amount of upkeep that goes into just one single Apache is insane. And when he told me like what goes into like the upkeep of like, that's when he explained the price tag of all these jets. He's like, that's technically included in the price tag is the upkeep. I'm like, really? He's like, yeah. He's like, you think they're just selling them for like just blanket that price? I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty stupid. I thought that was just like yeah, you buy a jet like you buy a car. It's like you got 1.7 million. You go buy that. It's like, no, it does also come with the upkeep. I'm like, oh. Put TH chips on my fried eggs and put them in the mashed taters. Ooh. Ron, stop it. You're gonna make. I just ate and you're gonna make me hungry again, and I don't want to do that. Can't sleep. Hi, bye, good night. Kirk, what the fuck? I love you, bro. You really are one of like you're a curious cat, man. Can't sleep. Hi, bye, good night. Yeah, you got Ron here. Good luck, sleep well. I mean, fuck yeah, man. I don't know. You said it wasn't working out, so fuck. I don't want to like try and give sleep advice because I got insomnia like a motherfucker, and I did. Although you know what, I did just have this cannabis beverage that, yeah, it worked, and that stuff doesn't work on me. It was the Cheech and Chong iced tea. But man, that thing put me out. Like, wife was solidly just like, no, you pass the fuck out. It's just like, oh, cool. Yeah, and I slept really well too. So, if that's worth anything. God, I have a feeling we all have a little bit of that problem. That Ron, if you can talk to me tomorrow. Yay, Earl, here. Do you have at least a Discord? Because if you have Discord, because you mentioned you're older, Ambien don't work no more. Well, bro, you gotta like, you do know that you like have to. I don't have to explain shit to you. What am I doing? You know what you're doing. I just know me. Oh, hey, check this out. Today, scale says I lost 60 pounds. No shit. Nah, you just have YT. Okay. No, it's okay. Well, Earl, at least turn on your ability to accept a gifted sub or a gifted membership so we can make you part of this community. I like not having things. Well, that's fine. But you seem like a pretty cool dude. Feel like you fit in with this community. So at least hit that subscribe button, because the subscribe button and the like button are free. And come on, help a streamer out. I hate this part, but it's like, come on, man, for real. Jesus. What have I been? 3 hours already? Fuck. But also, Earl, I didn't get a take on what's your feelings on this whole situation? I take breaks, melatonin, pot, Ambien, Louisville Slugger. Jesus Christ. Bro. Help a streamer out is cultural appropriation. Oh, shit. My bad. Bro. Well, you fucked that up with the gifted, but I'll do as you ask. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Make sure to interact with the stream and gain favor with the algorithm gods. Exactly. The algorithm gods are what I am trying to please right now. Silly Nighttime Pep is the best map. I am a little bit in the goofy mood. Like, I'm in the goofy zone right now. Yeah, exactly. Started stream late. Man, yeah, Kirk, you missed the first hour. I got, like, not only personable, but I, like... It was very, like, super sincere, but then it got, like... It got funny, so... Definitely check out this one. God, don't you hate that? I'm not sure if you have I was trying to say predictive text, and I'm just like, that was insane. The fact that I couldn't get that out. No, predictive text is the fucking worst, by the way. But I also can't, like... Can I turn it off? I don't think I can. Huh. Israel snipes babies when they are not starving them, is my position. Yep. I mean, yeah. Although I make an emphasis on leadership and also remembering that the IDF is conscripts. We have people in this community that are part of the IDF, but they are also human beings that are 100% like reminders of this. So this is also where, like, when people come to me and say, because I've had this happen in my community where they're just like, oh man, America must be doing this, blah, 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 because you all voted for Trump. It's like, I didn't vote for Trump. Earl, how dare you? They would never call her with it. All right, I'm not reading that one. Sorry, bud. Drinks nervously. Ooh. Oh, by the way, Kirk, you might appreciate the fact that I pulled the foil Titus from the Magic set today, so kind of happy about that. The U.S. had a draft. Israel wouldn't exist. Well, this idea that, like, they try to treat Israel as a nation, like, not just a nation state, but like as a state. Well, damn, Kirk. I mean, as I said, I take no responsibility on this one. I'm just like, oh. Oh, fuck. Oh, speaking of, here. Here. You got that Titus touch? I mean, I also did get the Blitzball card. So, fuck, man, I want to play Final Fantasy X really bad. Did they make a remaster? If they did, I want to play that. Call of Duty. Yeah, except those. You know what's wild? When those like 9-year-old kids on fucking Call of Duty all of a sudden like do pop over like that stupid fucking voice chat at the end of the matches, then they start like spamming the F word. You're just like, you know, now I understand why I don't like gaming. like the whole online gaming like thing. It's a constant reminder why I'm just like, oh, I want to just play a single player game. I'm good. You should have an opinion or an option on your phone to turn off protective. I was like, I want to turn it off. I hate it. I fucking hate it so much. It ruins all my text messages, especially as someone who's got a little bit of that dyslexia. Squeakers learning there. Oh, actually, Squeakers, you just reminded me of that. I wanted to ask about the Labubu thing. All right, who was talking about Labubus? I want to know about this shit because, like, this is the first time that I'm starting to feel old, like for real. Look at me. You think that I'm like, I got the fucking obligatory wall of Funko Pops. Trust me. I am not one to fucking poo-poo some collections. But Labubus. Now, can you explain what the fuck and where the fuck these things came from? Like, no IP beforehand, nothing. Just Pop Mart was just like, hey, look, it's a bunny. It's got a funny face. Put it on your purse. Here. It was just like, I don't know. I'm only asking because the second that my wife starts getting interested in something like that, then I'm just like, what's going on here? I think it was made by a guy in LA. See, now that's it. Like, that Godzilla is made by Tokidoki, which is Simone Lingo. So I kind of get that. So if it's like an artist, all right. So it's like kind of like Kid Robot. If that's the case, then I'm alright with it. I have a fuzzy memory of watching a video about their origin. I guess I gotta fucking look that up on YouTube. I told you I wanted the pink one. It's by an artist. It is. It's like Toki. That's what I thought. After NFTs, how can you question any of this shit? Listen. I can question all of it. I'm an old man who still has like every video game he ever bought. So I'm not kidding. I never traded anything into GameStop. So like I have everything that I like ever, like every DVD, all of it. Like I never got rid of any of it. Old is an understatement. Shut up. Fucking mean. You really do make me feel like Gandalf sometimes. Is it secret? Is it safe? Yes, Frodo. Kirk, did you know that once you come of age, you will understand just what I've been talking about all these years? Dumbledore, it's like 150. Exactly. No, there we go. I'm the fucking Dumbledore. Oh, God. No. If there's a Dumbledore of political fucking streaming, that's Political Punk. I gotta shout out Political Punk. You know what? I like his content. Dude, you know, I watched like a smattering of his videos as I was starting to like do this, and yeah, you know what? Cool dude. Prayers from Hong Kong. Grew up in Scandinavia and love the folklore of the monsters. Okay. My dog's name is yeah, I know you got an awesome dog name. All right. Well, Unimoogle, it seems like you might actually get a Lububu, because now it seems like there's more to it than just like cynical Chinese Pop Mart decided, hey, people are idiots for things, so if we make this cute thing sparse and then just say, hey, you want this, and then get a few creators to go, hey, they wanted this, and then you now want it. Political Punk is a Democrat. Is he? The thing is, I don't necessarily, like, I'm not going to hate him for being a Dem. I'm not. The thing is, like, he overall agrees with a lot of the a lot of the shit that we do. It's not bullshit. Sorry. Nah, my big thing is de-escalating that. Like, we have to bring in people that you disagree with, even like if there are things like the whole liberal fucking, like, you have to bring these people over. And it's not about making them communists. It's about all, like, voting for things that benefit us, and then also getting, like, you know, DSA, PSL candidates. Like, I just had this talk yesterday, and I'm not sure if you're still here, but, like, we have a chatter here that's part of PSL, and honestly, I'm not comfortable with the fact that they have a pretty, like, stringent, like, no, you can't be part of DSA and PSL at the same time. It's like, that's fucking weird. And I'll just say it, like, because you should be able to just, like, be, like, dip your toe into all of these things and just go, like, all right, like, these are the things that we agree on. Let's do this. Punk rockers for Hillary. Ew. That is gross. All right. No. Well, if he was for Hillary, then, I mean, I would definitely have a chat with him on that, but I've watched enough of his content to be like, no, he supports Palestine. He supports other shit. I don't see why this is so weird, but that's okay. Just because I'm all about, like, not... Anna, you know my history. Do you think that I'm very comfortable with just being like, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna just be part of this group. And you, yeah, just that group. Trust me. I have reasons for being a little sussed out. You may be a little bit more comfortable with that, but I'm not. Okay? It's just a fact. It's a conflict of interest. No, it's not. How is it a conflict of interest? That's what I don't understand. You guys pretty much believe it, like, not believe in, like, the same thing. Well, no, you do. You believe in the same things. You really do. You're like, but this is where you could argue that they're going to use the language that you're a bit more extreme than them. Like, you're the, you're like the Baja Blast of, you know, their Mountain Dew. We must all work together on short-term goals. Well, long-term goals. No, we must work together on long-term goals, and then short-term goals, then we can build on those as we go. Is my opinion. Like, okay, maybe I'm just, like, high enough to, like, get this out, but my opinion on this is we need to all work towards a common goal, and then we can all, like, then we can kind of, like, have the little arguments after that. You know what I mean? So, like, I don't know, getting Trump out, and then just kind of, like, doing, like, building on socialism. That's a good goal. I agree with working together. Well, the thing is, Anna, I know that, like, we have this talk a lot, and I know, I really hope I don't come off as condescending on this, because, like, it's, when I say that it's an optical challenge for, like, people to, like, or even hear that it's like, well, yeah, you can only be part of this group, that automatically gets them to go, well, that's a little sus, you know? And yeah, maybe I am coming from it because I'm the idiot that is, like, literally had that moment where I'm like, it's a little sus. So I'm the guy. A lot of us have divided ideologies that have a different long-term goal, but have similar short-term goals. So working together for the short-term goals is a good mediator. Okay. That's fine, but being a member in multiple political parties is a conflict of interest. I'm sorry. I don't understand that. Unless you're like... see, this is where I disagree, because I don't see where DSA and PSL are exactly ideologically like opposed in any way, shape, or form. I really don't. I think, like, honestly, and you may hate this, but it comes off as catty bullshit where you're, like, one group is mad at the other group for doing it first. Or not doing it extreme enough. But realistically, you guys have like the same end game. You can only register for one party at a time in a closed primary state anyway. This isn't what she's talking about. Because I brought that up. I brought up how I, like, technically, per her system in Illinois, it wouldn't work. Like, there is no PSL. Like, I can't just go, and I'm not going to be a registered independent to go and vote. Well, wait, there wouldn't even be an independent primary. So I just thought about this. Like, I would have to do this to vote in the Democratic primary. Like, whatever. Listen, we can all come together and say it's the anarchist's fault. I mean, when all else fails, blame the anarchists. You know what's funny? I have a feeling that the right and left wing will agree with that, where it's like, yeah, you know what? It's not an ideology thing. I don't know how else to explain it. Well, you Anna, you can't get mad at me on this. You need to get better at doing that. You're trying to sell a political party, and listen, if you can't sell an idiot stoner streamer who honest to God agrees with you, then I don't know who else you're going to sell. I hope that I'm like a perfect patsy for this one, because it is true. Like, I'm kind of putting myself out there for you, by the way. You're already sold. But I'm not sold on how you institute them. We always come back to this, and to the point where the audience has even been like, is this the point where Pep and Anna have their discussion about how to change the world and not agree? Sorry, it is a little funny. No, and I am sold on the policies, but that, like, this is where I'm saying you guys need to get a little bit better about, like, when you say you want to work together, like, you guys are like, what's the best word I can find for this without being a dick? You're like pointy, like you're just, there's something uninviting about PSL. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, you guys are... Actually, no, I would almost say, like, you guys are like a rose, where, like, DSA, like, trimmed all the fucking thorns off, and you guys are mad that they trimmed the thorns off, and they're not real roses. Oh boy, is it this time of the stream? Ron, you motherfucker. No, I'm not going for it. I'm not gonna bite. No, I'm just gonna say that I totally agree with Anna and the PSA, and I just hope that, like, we can all work together and come together in peace and harmony. Honestly, I'd love to learn the difference between DSA and PSL. The thing is, yeah, what is it? Yeah, this is where I am going to dip out on that one, and Anna can 1000% take over in chat. I don't want to put the pressure on you, though, so if you want to explain that now, sure, but, like, Anna, this is what I mean, though, like, and I do mean this 1000%, like, seriously, like, what Sylvie just said right there, you can't get mad at it. It is what it is. You have to get better at describing this to the normies, to the people that don't, to the people who are politically involved and still don't fucking know. And honestly, it's like, if you go like, well, figure it out. then immediately you do realize what's going to happen, right? But I know you're not going to be like that. It's more so of a, if you have time. Because goddamn, it's late, but whatever. But yeah, I'm being real with you. Like, I don't know the fucking difference. And you can't, and honestly, you can't expect me to just be like, no, you got to read this pamphlet. You got to do all this. It's like, no, Anna, you're a representative of the party. You have to be this. If there's one thing in marketing for like, as cynical as marketing can be, it does work. This is why it is like, this is why there's be inquisitive. Be inquisitive. Is it that one is okay with capitalism and the other one isn't? Or is it that the other one is okay with revolution and the other one isn't? What the fuck? Again? All right, guys, hold on. I am experiencing a Streamlabs issue. All right, there we go. It's always around 3:30. That's weird. Okay, so DSA is a Big Ten party that includes a lot of socialist-leaning ideological lines. Even has many progressive Democrats. It's divided into caucuses around the DSA is 501. Oh, so they can't run as the DSA party, but they can run Democrats. I see. I see. So you guys aren't a 501c3. Got it. Marketing pushed to its limit. Wait, I would be hard-pressed that active rank-and-file members of DSA are against revolution. Also, DSA isn't the only group PSL doesn't allow. You can only be PSL, right? Which I gotta say, like I said, I have a thing where, like, I'm just not comfortable with being like, oh, okay, what you drinking there? And since PSL fundamentally rejects the Democratic Party as a vehicle for achieving the change we need, you can't be a member of DSA and PSL. See, but this is where I think that we have a fundamental disagreement, because you're not going to be able to bring in, like, the centrists that you need. Like, you're going to have, like, here's the thing. I don't think that, like, a lot of people understand how much work this is going to take, is because you're going to have to change their minds. You're not going to win just based on, like, the merits of your ideas. I'm sorry. You need to sell those ideas, and I'm not going to, like, continuously repeat myself, but I know you get this. But that's the problem. Like, you shut out, like, independence. You shut out, like, the middle America when you kind of talk down on, like, and that's talking down on them. Because, like, I can tell you right now, like, as somebody who was even looking into DSA. This is where this comes from. It's kind of coming from the fact where I'm just like, oh, so I'm not good enough for the PSL technically, and like that doesn't come off as culty. Like it comes off as fucking culty to me, where it's like, nah, we can't accept that. We can't accept that. We're so hardline in our ideas. And honestly, like if you expect that revolution to happen, that's where I'm just gonna say, then expect disappointment along the way. I don't know. We're gonna watch a video about this tomorrow. It's a Adam Conover video that discusses this, but I mean, I'm not wearing rose-colored glasses, but the problem is you sell it like you are. Like, and this is where I have, like, I don't know. And I know that you have talked about this. This is why I'm not trying to put you on the spot, Anna. Like, this is, and I'm really trying to, like, not even just condescend to you either. Like, you have told me that you are not necessarily, like, comfortable as, like, coming out here as a representative of PSL because of certain things with them. And, like, you're also trying not to speak for them as an entire group. But then on the other hand, I am kind of like, well, like, I don't know. Like, you kind of understand, like, where we're at. Wait. Twitch stopped working for me. I mean, yeah, I can't speak on behalf of the whole party. Right. But that's where... it's the part of the stream, Pep, you were right. It is the part. Hey, all right, fine. Yes, fine. It's the part where we discuss PSL. You know what? We will wrap this up in a nice little segment tomorrow where we watch a video. We'll discuss it openly more. I don't want to beat a dead horse, and this is one of those situations where, like, you guys get it. Like, I mean, Anna gets it. Like, you said it. I support pretty much everything that you guys do, but I don't necessarily support the way that you guys, like, go about it, and I don't support the messaging. Like, I don't support all the messaging. Like, it's not even the messaging. It's actually the marketing. Like, Panic, what up? How you doing? Join us for this late night stream. Okay, messaging aside, what do you not like about the way we go about it? You guys are a little like our way or the highway. You guys get very like uppity when challenged. Yeah, that. Actually, just the way you asked that question. And honestly, I don't always get like clear answers when looking for them. And that's why, like, you know me. That's why I try to like be completely real with you, where I'm like, dude, if you can't get my idiot ass behind it, you're not going to get anybody else. Or like to even listen. My neck hurts and had to wake up. Oh. Only instead of studio, I got a shitty flat. Is it the simple difference of one's political party commitment and the other is just an association? Good question, actually. Because you know I'm not just challenging you to fucking challenge you. Like, come on. PSL unionized a tenant union of over 100 or 1,000 people. Not a single one joined PSL. That is a huge problem and it needs to be reflected on. I did not know that. That is interesting. Not a single person? No, and I, like, honestly, Anna, I'm not... like, you kind of remind me of that, like, the guy that, like, really was into Che Guevara, like, when I was in high school, and, like, was hardcore trying to get me into, like, to being into socialism and Che Guevara, and, like, but the way he do it was by shouting at you that you're an idiot for not knowing who Che Guevara was. Is that Socialism Liberation Party? Sylvie, even so, it doesn't address why they can't cross. I called me an idiot. I didn't say you did. I'm an idiot. No. I said I'm the idiot. If you can't sell it on me, then that's a problem. Because, all right, I'm being reductive. Whatever. Okay, Pep. I'll do the research tonight so I can explain it to you tomorrow. Thank you. You don't. I mean, you don't have to. Wait. No. I don't want to give anybody homework then. Listen, if I'm not willing to do it, I'm not comfortable with you going out there and being like, well, I got this. It's like, as long as you're willing. No, and as I said, Anna, you didn't call me an idiot. Don't let Sylvie research for you. Research it for yourself. I just seem to be good at explaining things to you, so. You do speak my language. Listen, there's no shame in that. I'll figure it out later. That's why I'm right. Oh, sorry, I read that wrong. I'll figure out later why I'm right. And he reads tabloids and wiki, not like deep cut research papers. Who has the time to do that shit? What? Yo, if you're reading research papers just to make a point, then you got too much time on your hands. Legend versus Anna, battle for Pep's soul. No, as I said, like, and that's where I feel like, and I hope I described it properly there, where I have a little bit of that vibe that I got from, you know, and this is completely like an anecdote for me, but I had that where, like, the hardcore, you know, communist guy in my school, like, that's all he was about, and, like, dude. And I bring up the Che Guevara fucking stuff because that's like, yeah, man, that's what he was all about. Did he kind of get me into it, like, to kind of, you know, start looking into his side a little bit? But I was more curious than the other people that he was yelling at. Sometimes you gotta go through a research document to win a petty argument. I mean, well, no, the one thing that I want to know is, like, how, like, so, Anna, how am I supposed to sell the PSL party, like, on my average Chicagoan, my average, like, you know, the person that I talk to in my everyday life, even here? Just explain the things, or the way that Gary's economics explains things. You'll have a good time. Wait, like Gary Veter? I hope not. Yo, what up, Chi-Town? How you doing? How you doing, Mr. Deke? Because I'm also trying to figure out how the PSL intends to do anything politically without engaging politically. Like, there have been a lot of times where it turns like like you guys don't want to, like, do anything with the Democratic Party. So are you guys going to do anything with the Green Party? Because like that does like take over the Green Party then. Like boot Jill Stein out, take over the Green Party, and just run a good fucking, candidate and a good fucking like a great great platform. That's why Mondani is doing so well, by the way. It's because his platform can't be ignored. Explain stuff to me if you can. That's a good sign. You can explain to the average idiot. That's kind of how I am. No, like Ron, I'm not sure like if you're saying that for you, but like that's exactly how I am. Like if you can explain it to me in a way where I'm just like, all right, cool. All right. I can see why you feel that way. PSL is a cadre party. It wants the most dedicated people who are willing to devote significant parts of their lives to this, and they're upfront with that. That's a little culty. Just gonna say, that's a little culty. If you're not willing, like devoting so much of your life comes with a problem, because if you devote too much, then you're unwilling to look at like things objectively anymore. It's that whole thing that I was saying about Christianity, like how they like put so much into it. That's why they're unwilling to leave it. You guys are very susceptible to that. That's why I'm saying this has very culty feelings to it. The PSL is not just a big party tent. It's not surprising that nobody from the 1K tent union didn't join, but they do have a permanent bond and trust. Yeah, but then why didn't they join the party? He has a point there. He does have a point there. Then why not commit? No, honestly, Anna, are you not looking at this objectively and seeing that these people are getting like culty vibes? And like when you ask them to just like sign up for this thing, it's like you can't join another political party. It's like, excuse me? Or like, I'm not sure if that's like part of it. That would be part of it for me, but like just that one. The significant part of your lives, like you're trying to vet these people, like where it's just like, no, they have to be like they have to make this a significant part of their lives. It's like, okay, that's not how politics work. Like you do understand that part of politics is like doing that on a small degree and then selling it to the broader populace, which that's the harder part with PSL is what I'm saying. We do this in a lot of communities, and through repeating the process, we build a mass movement that can propel us into the power of elections. It's not about membership number, it's about relationships we build with other people and communities. Yeah, but the thing is, I haven't seen anything. Like, I haven't seen a single PSL candidate that it has, like, done anything, or, like, I don't know a popular PSL candidate. Like, I don't. Like, here's the problem with this. I don't want this to be the thing that Jill Stein has always been, where she has ideas. She's an idea lady, and she has a lot of support from the fucking, with the third party coalition, because they could never, ever vote for the Democrats or the Republicans. Like, which, fine, be it whatever our two-party system sucks. I'm not going to stand up for this, but for real, this is where I keep saying, this is why I keep bringing up the Justice Democrats, AOC, and, like, the people who have done the legwork and gotten into government and have made these differences, as opposed to just being like, well, you know what? Can't work with the Dems. It has to be PSL, and, like, PSL or bust. I would be way more susceptible to your ideas if you guys had multiple candidates already in Congress or already in state governments that I could just be like, oh, okay, this is actually gaining traction. But I don't see that. I don't even see that with the DSA. And the DSA has a broader coalition. This is why I'm getting a little shouty about it. Because this is not the time to do that. And honestly, it's stupid. Like, just open your fucking doors and then close them at, like, if you want to fucking have this arbitrary stuff where you, like, you do some, like, because honestly, this is purity testing. You have to understand that this is purity testing. So if you're going to purity test, then you can shut the doors as they come in. But you're never going to gain a broader coalition if this is the way that you go about it. That's insane. You think you're old now? Listen, my neck hurts. No, that makes sense to me. If they're a political committee, then you can't join another party. Like, if you join the Democrats, you can't be a Democrat while also being registered to a Republican. And I'll vote for candidates. It's up to them to put up the best candidate. Meanwhile, people are being put up in camps, yeah. Libertarians do that too. They are other just to spite the other. Sometimes don't always have a smooth platform. Any party is better than Republicans and Democrats. Bloodless revolution comes from the inside, period. The Mamdani race is the biggest thing the DSA has going for it. He has been a DSA guy, not co-opted by it after the fact. Like, the deep libertarians right now are like, we need nukes to protect our bug out bunkers. The thing is, I don't necessarily want to, because I don't think I'm gonna be like, listen, I will be discussing Chicago has a big branch, and I assume they'll announce soon. Well, we'll see. We'll see, but we already got Kat in the 9th, so, yeah. But she's running as a Dem, so. She's trying to, I mean, this is the smartest thing to do is try to primary as a Dem. If you don't get any traction with the Democratic Party, then Kat Abu Ghazala, Abu Ghazala, I don't know how to fucking say her last name. Whatever. She's cool. She seems like, honestly, she seems like a cool cat. Ew. No, but for real, like, I actually, I said it yesterday, and I think you all figured it out. I'm trying to book an interview with her because, I mean, if she's going to try and run my district, I kind of want to, like, interview her. And I think that she kind of, like, I don't know. I think I have a big enough platform where I don't think she owes me it, but as a candidate, I'm definitely somebody that she might want to talk to. Step 1 is be really well known already. Oh yeah, here's how the scam works. I want $10 from you. I send a Republican who says you owe him 100. Then I send you a Democrat to help. Yeah, in modern day politics at least. Oh, in a small location. Well, the thing is, most of us, like, here's the biggest thing, and this is the biggest secret, and I'm part of this, is none of us want to be in government. Local government, school boards, none of it. These are all positions that are fucking ripe for the taking. Nobody wants them. So we leave them for a bunch of fucking Karens, and then we complain about why all of a sudden, you know, X school district wants fucking transports banned. You know what, guys? I just stood up. I gotta pee. I'll be right back. All right. Where are we at? The cream rises to the top, so to speak. Someone's trying to call out a Macho Man impression. PSL is fundamentally a different kind of party. I get why you're suggesting these strategies, but I promise we do the things we do for a reason. Previous attempts from other groups have fallen to sex-called allegations, infiltrations, and sabotaging and co-opting. The thing is, I don't see you moving past that, like, entirely, because this is still too, like, you guys come off like a little secret, super secret cabal group of the socialist left. That's how this comes off. I'm just trying to be honest. Like, and if I can't be honest with you about that because, like, you might get mad at me, then that's also part of the problem. Like, and honestly, I'm not, like, really afraid of that. It's all necessary. I don't agree. No. No, you want to... Like, I don't think you understand, like, where I'm coming from here. Like, the PSL is already demonized in the mainstream media, right? Like, we can all agree on this. So, there's nothing keeping you guys from, like, going right back to those allegations just with, like, the mainstream media alone. Close border. Wait. Oh, Panic's doing his own thing. Saw Zionist trip on the sidewalk today. He said gravity was anti-Semitic. Sorry. All right. Got a snort laugh. All right, that was good. No, because, like, I think that you... Maybe it's because I hang out with a bunch of idiots. I don't know. But, like, I think that you're ignoring, like, this large contingent of America who either doesn't vote or who has absolutely no interest in hearing you out on that, because you guys do kind of come off as a little extreme. And, like, you're very unmoving in your positions, so therefore, just by that merit alone, you guys come off as very uninviting as well. Don't be, duplicitous in your political stances. Once the public finds out about it, they'll turn on you like a whole pack of wolves. Well, yeah, that too. Well, no, okay, to that point, no, Deke's right, and that's where, like, I will say, like, at least you guys do, like, you don't try to hide what you're trying to do. That's good. And the thing is, I never said you should. To be fair, I have never said that you should try to hide any of it. It's just about being more welcoming. And also just, like, shifting your positions where they need to be shifted. To, like, work with who you need to work with. Like, you're going to have to do that. That's just part of politics. That's part of doing any of this. That's part of living life, by the way. I don't know, when I go into the poorest communities in my area, people who are predisposed not voting, they love us, they love what we have to say. They talk about us in their communities, but the thing is, do they actually join your party? That's kind of what Legend was saying. Like, he was kind of insinuating that this doesn't necessarily, like, you know, political hype doesn't necessarily, like, always transfer. Like, if that was the case, then fucking TYT would have been the voice of the revolution with Cenk Uygur as the fucking, you know, head of it. I mean, come on, you know I'm right. Especially, and I'm talking specifically within the last 5 years. Like, I'm still half awake, haha, funny joke, but the rise of anti-Semitism is fucking terrifying. I got some distant family abroad, and I'm scared for them every incident in every city. Listen, dude, I live in a place where anti-Semitism has been a thing since the fucking 90s. I can tell you right now, if there's a rise in it, I ain't seeing it. I'm seeing a rise in xenophobia for anybody that has a tinge of brown fucking, melanin in their skin. Take a page from President Trump. Yes, he's a bit much to take, but generally you need to know where you stand with him. Yep. Yeah, that's true. The way I'm seeing is that PSL is like the RNC and DNC, where when you join, you have to follow the rules and will of the party. See, that's what I think bothers me, is the fact that they are doing, and Anna, with all due respect, I think that you're not seeing how you guys are just like the RNC and DNC. It's interesting because I saw their house and their synagogue marked. Listen, if this is happening to your family, I'm not challenging that, Ryan. I'm just telling you, I live in an area, specifically in Chicago. I live in a pretty high Jewish population area. We're not seeing anything that wasn't already there. Can I just be real? Swastikas on the synagogue, is not do you know how many times I passed it and just been like, well, that sucks. They'll clean that off. I'm telling you, man. And this has nothing to do with now. I'm talking, this has been years. So, no, I'm not saying it's not happening, bro. I know there has been a rise in anti-Semitism. There's also been a rise in anti-Islam rhetoric, and just, they're doing this shit, dude. I got a Sikh fucking neighbor who is taking some shit, okay? And again, what the fuck? Why does he deserve it? He's just he's damn near 80 years old. He's just trying to take his walks and enjoy his life. Fucking A. Why does the number of people who join the party matter? Well, I mean, because that's how that's how political parties grow, and that's how you win elections. We're definitely for taking in new members, but we have standard. The thing is, Anna, you're gonna mathematically, to get a fully PSL government to bring about the revolution that you want, it's gonna take over 600 years, just based on fucking the little bit that you've told me. And this is my D&D math, by the way. Not the best, but still. They're literally being black-bagged. The skits don't deserve, or the Sikhs. The Sikhs don't deserve any hate, but they catch a lot. Sikhs. No. S-I-H-K-S. I think that's right. That's an exaggeration. Yes, I understand. People are too stupid to know the difference. Yeah, I know. Trust me. They used to call him, I'm not sure if I can actually say the name, but they used to call him a name with H, and Johnny Quest's partner. Because they were totally gay. No more political parties, more festive parties. I mean, honestly, that would be the easiest way to break all this. Abolish all the political parties, and then you just vote for the candidate that you want in ranked choice. All ranked choice voting. Doesn't matter what party. Yeah, we have organized volunteer groups that aren't full members, but still give some of their time. Outside of that, we have other orgs. It's just about the thing is, Anna, I've been where you're at. And I've seen these organizations literally come and go, or just turn into something entirely different. That's my number one concern, because even the DSA, for its, how long has it been around? Well, that's what I mean. Well, Anna, I have been into politics pretty much my entire life. like since 2003 specifically, I can say like, yeah, I was in high school. Haven't heard dick about PSA, so, or PSL, so. I just started hearing about DSA just 2 years ago. This is the thing, like, yeah, it's gonna take a long time. It was CPUSA since 1919. Oh, okay. I'm just saying, what are we doing? Also, what does that matter? Honestly, what does that matter? You could have started it yesterday, but the fact is, listen, if I'm finding problems with this, then obviously you're going to find more, like, pushback. You know, like, that's my biggest thing. I brought up age. Oh, I did. Okay. Well, I'm just saying, like, it doesn't really matter what the age is. I'm just saying. I hadn't heard about it. I mean, just run on exactly what people want and be known you can win. Well, no. Because what people want, like, that's the thing. Acknowledging exactly what people want means that you have to acknowledge that people kind of suck. The thing is, they don't want to acknowledge that people, like, in America want capitalism. And I'm not people. I'm just saying. Good luck selling anybody. Anybody. Like, even our age group. Like, on that. It's so fucking hard. I've done it. It's not easy. Hell, and when I say I've done it, I haven't done it fully. What I've gotten them to agree on is that we need socialized medicine. How many PSL candidates are running in local positions? What kind of traction is being gained? Please answer that. I need to know that, because honestly, that's where I'm seeing, like, DSA even having fucking a ton of problems with that. Dude, this is why Kat is running as a Democrat. Plain and simple. But you know damn well that she's either, like, she agrees with you. Legend, why aren't you in Twitch chat? Either one of you needs to move, because you guys are, like, discussing this with each other. And honestly, at this point, I'd rather have you, like, both in the same chat. PSL, up to now, has just been focused on building the party to a point where we can stand for elections properly. That is fair. Did you need to take time for that? LA just announced on their Instagram. Well, I'm hoping that we see some movement. Like, the thing is, PSL needs to be literally in every single local election. Like, every single one. You can be... It wasn't spit on that thing. She gave it the hawk to her. Then said spit on that thing. Come on, get it right. Even I was enamored by her. She, not enamored, all right? Like, she was like, whatever. She was just a, who gives a shit? But to be completely fair, it was the whole, like, yeah. It was just the whole fact that she answered it that way. That was hilarious. But then she, yeah, you know, stole people's money. Which, I guess, good for her? Ew. And sell scam currency to people. Exactly. I don't know too much about the other parties other than the Whig Party. Honestly, you know what, guys? You can discuss like, listen, I'm going to be as blunt as possible with y'all. Americans don't give a shit about this. They don't give a shit about history. You've seen that. We're barreling down fucking, you know, the 20s and 30s in the same decade. There's actually ways to manipulate frame, dude. Wait, what are you talking about? Mom, wait. Okay, hold on. You guys just got fucking weird. Hold on. You may have just talked me out of going on a rant. Thank you for that. There we go. I'm not in other branches, so I don't know what their plans are, but I promise we're on the same page. I get that everyone sets their own bar. We'll have to get past that. But it's hard to get past when nobody... No. When you guys have it ingrained that you guys don't have to, that you guys have to, like, do a fealty test. As I said, guys, be better than the fucking DSA. Be better than the fucking, the Democratic Party, and be better than the fucking Republican Party. Let people come and go as they choose. That's fucked up. I have to say. If I was to create a new political party, the first thing I would do is just be like, if you don't like what I have to say, then fucking leave. But also, if you guys love what I like, if you guys like what I have to say, then all right, let's continue. Then again, I am the fucking just stoner commentator. History shows in times of crisis when drastic political change can happen. Yep. No Russian Revolution. What? Without World War I was about to say, I was like, isn't that when it happened? Fun. I don't know, man. As I said, just trying to be real. It literally comes across as a little high and mighty sometimes, and honestly, it's not entirely appealing. You know, like personally, I'm not sure if I want to associate with the PSL, like just based on that. You know, based on the fact that they are seen as an extreme fucking left-wing, like, faction, but then they do nothing to just be like, what are you talking about? Like, we're just trying to do, like, we're trying to do politics, but then, like, honestly, Anna, like, you're not helping when you're like, no, we want revolution. It's just like, oh, okay, you know what? You could have just kind of kept that on the DL. Jesus fuck. Sorry. Not you. The only option to not follow the rules and regulations provided are to be like the DSA and just run with people. Like, well, right now, that's what we need to do. Like, to actually, like, either, like, to have any traction in politics right now, unfortunately, we need to kind of, like, build on, like, the AOC contingent, and then we can kind of go a little bit deeper. But the thing is, like, it's like I keep saying, we want this all now, but we're ignoring the fact that we're in this fucking fascist regime where we're gonna be lucky to even have a fucking election. Like... Why revolution just means change and overturn? No, revolution needs the majority of the populace. You can't have a revolution if it's just fucking 500 of you in bumfuck Florida. I'm sorry. That's a fact. No, you want the revolution without without convincing the other people that they need to revolt. That's the problem. No revolution has ever been the majority of a population ever. Isn't that how the fucking French Revolution worked? Was when they finally were just like, yeah, you know what? Fuck this bourgeoisie. Fuck this whole thing. Like, I know I'm being a little, like, American reductive, but you know what? Here's the thing, Anna. I keep doing this, and I'm being honest. Like, listen, when I say I'm an idiot, I'm being just real with you. I am. I don't do the studying that you do. I don't fucking care. The thing is, Americans don't. And I'm going to try and, like, when I say that, like, I will look into this, but when when coming to these arguments, I'm going to come at it like the idiot American that everybody else is. Because if you can't sell that, then you're never gonna fucking get your ideas out there. That's just the facts, man. Like, and that's why Donald Trump, he's so effective with that specific base, because they're so stupid, and he was just like, you know what? I got him. Palm of my tiny hands, I got him. AOC literally cries before Nancy Pelosi. You guys are never if you guys think that AOC isn't good enough for you, honest to God, I don't know what we're doing here. Like, what are you doing? You're not honestly, you're gonna be in the fucking position of Jill Stein for the next 20 years, and then still complaining, and then being like, oh, why was Pep Talk so mean? A plurality of American colonists were loyal to. You do understand I was talking about. Okay. I'm talking Les Mis shit, but whatever. I don't know. I've seen Vertical Limit. All I can say is nothing. I can literally say nothing. Because, Anna, if it comes back to the, we're arguing about, the French Revolution, the American Revolution, it's just this whole idea of, you need a revolution. What does your... Actually, you know what? Fuck this. What's your revolution look like, and how's it start? Play it out. Give me this... I'm not sure if you can do this, but give me the breakdown. You have the ability to sell your political pitch. This is a complete, hypothetical, obviously, but I am the arbiter of all things political. You convince me right now of your idea. It's the idea. It's literally the system. It's what we will implement tomorrow. Go. You basically need 30% of the population to make up a major change. You need more than that. My stomach is angry at me as Anna is at the world. I mean, she does have a Miata, so. Silver linings, I mean, kick-ass car. Still jealous of that. You literally have a car that, I play in Need for Speed. So, I have to say, just an aside. Hmm. 420. All right. Geez, no pressure. I have no crystal ball, but I prefer getting elected either to Congress or either governor's office to change the Constitution. Yeah, but you'd have you can't do that unless you have ratification with Congress, and there's no way to change the Constitution unless you have a 60% majority, so you're not going to get that. Because you guys, like, here's the thing. You're unwilling to work with centrists. So how are you going to get 60% of anything in Congress with not working with the Republicans that are there? This is the thing. Like, it's great until we get to this point where it's like, oh shit, I actually have to like do something like with these people that I don't like. I mean, fuck, they run into that problem all the time. Hell, that's why Donald Trump is still not getting everything that he wants, is because he's actually like legitimately stupid, and he didn't know that it's like, oh, there are constitutional barriers and there are things here that were just always going, what do you mean? What do you mean? The conqueror will find no justice in the courts of the conqueror. But the end goal is a total reconstruction of the economy, decommodification of goods, blah, 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 blah. Okay. I'm going to stop right there. Good luck selling that on the American populace. And also, you're going to have to, like, do you really think that you're just going to decommodify everything and, like, go into a completely non-capitalist society with the rest of the world still functioning as a capitalist society? Do you have, like, Anna, unless you guys have solid fucking plans on how to not make, like, how to make sure that everybody is fed and fed well. Whoa, 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 whoa. What? Wait. Seizing the top 500 corporations, distributing their wealth, rapidly transitioning to green energy. Lots of things I can't type here because character limits. Oh, as I said. Actually, no, my argument still 1000% stands. Playing devil's advocate for, like, Jim Bob in fucking, Nebraska. And y'all are running out of groups to hijack because the real trans people are, like, losing their minds over Lily Tino right now. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And honestly, are you one of those gay dudes that's just like, I don't like trans people because at least I get to hate them. Those are not totally our goals. That's just the beginning, but doing those things alone won't end capitalism. Capitalism will still exist in some form or similar to China. It's not going to work. I'm just saying, you're not going to get, like, the fucking blue and red blooded American is not going to fucking go for this shit. Like, this is why I keep saying, man, like, we're gonna have to fucking, like, you either capitulate or you're just gonna, like, you're gonna keep living under this right-wing authoritarian bullshit where it's like trad wives forever. Like, that's what we're there right now. Like, this is the reality we live in. Like, we can keep ignoring this. Play the long game. That's what I've been saying. I've been saying play the long game, but, like, I don't know, man. This is where it keeps coming down to it, where I kind of feel like the PSL and, like, and honestly, it seems like, Anna, like, you seem to actually be a little bit more malleable than most the other, like, what I hear from the PSL, where it's just like, oh, well, seems like they're pretty lockstep in everything that they do. They absolutely will. When we're the only people who constantly show up to fight for people in their communities. The thing is, you need to get people to agree with you and to actually grow your movement. Like, Anna, how big is the PSL right now? Like, be real. Like, fuck, the DSA has a problem with fucking organizing, so I can only imagine. Oh, sorry. No, read the whole thing. even people who disagree with us on their face will be willing to vote for us. That's very idealistic because I don't know. Legend brought it up earlier where like you guys did all this advocation and you guys got 0 out of 1,000. I do kind of find that problematic. You know, like if there's a lot of strong advocation within regular Floridians, Anna, I keep bringing this up. Like, dude, I remember when we were talking about something and you like brought something up and you just kind of forgot that like it snows up here. Like, you know, these are the things that I'm kind of bringing up. Is just like, oh, broader country, right? And this broader country, you need to sell it on them too to get these majorities, right? It sounds like some local thing that only she knows about. Honestly, that's what I mean. Like, okay, like Panic, I gotta be honest, you're right there. Like, there it does, like, I have to be honest, Anna. Like, sometimes it comes across where it's just like, you do make it seem like it's just like, it's this great idea that we have in Florida. You will see how fucking well it works. It's like, yo, you don't have any majorities in your entire state. What are you talking about? Until I see you guys actually do something with your state, it like, is that the basis that I'm supposed to hold you to? Like, I live in a blue state, so what the fuck, man? Like, am I, like, this is where I could be a little elitist here. This is where, like, Kat coming in. I can be real about this. The reason I'm apprehensive about her, I have been completely real about. I will still vote for her based on her platform, based on the fact that she's better than what I have, because fucking Jan is halfway to the fucking grave. But realistically, I also don't like carpetbagger. Like, I'm not sure if that's a fair term for her, but she's definitely coming in here and she's just you come in from Texas. You choose my state and my locality based on the fact that we have an old bitch. Come on, man. You got to have more than that. No, bro. It's going to work because we're smart. Kumbaya and something. Or something. Cheers. Well, I know my man's been drinking over here. I've been drinking a little bit tonight. That is why we are having a little bit more of a spirited discussion at 1:30 a.m. But give me half your lunch money or the other guy will take it all. I just gotta say, guys, like, my biggest disappointment, and this is just me personally, take it or leave it, is that it literally comes across like it's just like, no, this is a special club. We'll help you, but, you know, eventually you're gonna join our special club. It's like, I don't know. I don't know about that. Yeah, I'm lost. What do you mean? Who's the other guy? We'll give him a beer. Pizza. Wait. Really? So Anna, are you a registered Democrat who like eventually votes Democrat in all of these elections when it comes down to it, or how's that work? It's probably just because I'm the only PSL person you know. Probably. But that's also that's saying something. You know, in a community of almost 2,000 people, well, 1,500, I'll be fair. So dun, 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 dun. We are PSL. Dun, 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 dun. Look at the earlier posts of all the states we're in. No, I understand. What, did my stream cut out? Oh shit, if my stream's cutting out, then I'll just fucking... might call it. Better not be the case, because... shit. No kings! Hell yeah, timer! Were you at the protests? If you were, let me know which one you were at. I was at the McHenry, Illinois protest. Went out to the country. It's cool. Get Trump out of office. Piss. Let's go. Hell yeah, timer. You know what? Drop me a follow. You are in the right community here. I appreciate that. And also, yeah, here's my YouTube page. You can check it out. I got my protest video up there. I also, well, videos. But yeah. Thank you, timer. Well, that said, no follow. You do know that you get a cool little thing where it's me smoking a bubbler, right? Well, you would know that if you hit that follow button. Get Trump out of office isn't a good approach either. I mean, the funniest part is like guys like Dave Smith coming out and just being like, yeah, you know what? Maybe it's time. You guys know who sponsored No Kings? Yeah, nobody. I'm gonna board the plane one more time and then get ready for bed. Yeah, you know what? I'll do the same with you. Yeah, let's board this plane. Get our bags packed. Ugh. Getting the bags packed is one of the more important parts of this, I have to say. Which I gotta be real, I forgot to do that the last time, where I was just like, ooh. That was an emergency pack. Go on their site. One big takeaway is we need more coalitions. Without coalitions, what are we gonna do? Exactly. That's why I was saying, like, honestly, that's why I am kind of being... I really miss Kamala. I don't, but... she wasn't really our choice. She was fine. She was better than Biden. She gave new energy, but honestly, I think that was the thing. Like, the honeymoon phase is over, and I realized that she was kind of a shit candidate, so... whatever. We lost to Trump. That's the facts. Oh, shit. You know what? Can't go zip anywhere. No Kings was astroturfed by billionaires. No, it wasn't. I love how everybody keeps thinking that it's just like, oh, y'all got paid. It's like, who? Who paid who? Like the 4 organizers who did a really good job of getting us there? Her smile was great. Everything she spoke. Got this idiot running the country making it worse. Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's definitely making it worse. What do you mean I'm making it better? I'm the best. I'm the best there ever was. I'm the best around. Nothing will ever keep me down. Oh, as I said, guys, we have a fun show coming up tomorrow. It's going to be at the normal time of 4 o'clock. So, 4 o'clock, CST. Who paid who? Who paid you? Nobody. Excuse me. But as I continue to wrap this up, I'm not gonna lie, I really didn't like her. I gotta be honest, I wasn't really a fan. Wish it was Bernie. No. Can we just get away from the old guys? This is why I want an AOC. I'll take a fucking 30-something. Like, listen to what she wanted. No, what she wanted was fine. No, she was whatever. I was vote for a dead fucking Biden over fucking Trump, so that's nothing. Her policies were meh. Go to bed, you hooligan. I'm getting there. I'm gonna go to 4:40. I got 2 more minutes. I'm gonna say goodbye for 2 more minutes. I should go to 5 hours, but wait, somebody believing the paid protester narrative? Yeah, it's insane, because I'm just like, wait a minute, where's my check? Where the fuck? I didn't get paid. It's almost 3 a.m. Yeah. No, it's fucking late. As I said, late stream tonight. I'm on the East Coast, so it's like, yeah, morning already. Yeah. It's almost 2 a.m. here. It's almost 2 a.m. here. Jesus. You know what? I mean, better than Trump wasting all... Yeah. Timer. It's interesting. You seem a little bit more, like, center liberal. Definitely follow. Because I would like to have more conversations with you. Are you usually up at this time, though? Because this is not my normal stream time. I will say that much. I was just about to go through that. I start at 4 o'clock tomorrow, guys. Central Standard Time. If I could get that through a fucking yawn. Mr. Prezapep. Don't leave me, I'm scared of the dark and the light switch is over there. You sound like me. Whoa. Dude, I remember when I was like, God, I had to be like 8 years old. And I was just like, I really wish I had like 40 back scratchers like taped together so I could just turn off that light switch so I didn't have to get up. Yo, if somebody has evidence of the paid protest, let me know. Oh, I know. Yeah, me too. Sorry, I'm high. Don't worry about it. Me too. Alright, guys, we hit that point. Timer. I'm actually not going to leave until you hit that follow button over on Twitch, because you seem like a pretty cool cat. And yeah, I would like to discuss some more politics with you. It is a matter of I would like you to still be in the community, and yeah, so I don't lose track, because that tends to happen sometimes. So, but I may have bluffed because I'm probably gonna get out of here. But so you got some paid? I don't. Who the fuck got paid? Who the fuck got paid? My favorite sponsor was Patriarch Millionaires. Yeah, right. I'll follow 24-hour stream. Let's go. No. No, Pep's tired. I've already had a long day. Oh, you got more beer? I mean, I do too, but at the same time, I'm at this point where I'm like, oh. No. Seriously, Google No Kings and click sponsors. Oh my god. Nobody sponsored the No Kings protest I went to, but fine. Oh. Was it Coinbase? Did Coinbase sponsor them? Whatever. Patriotic millionaires. I don't understand what you're... Here. This has all the sponsor info. I'm literally looking at it, but I'm also like trying to get the fuck out of here, so. Ugh. Ugh. Yeah, fuck it. I'm out. So, as I was saying, I don't give a shit. Let me get my fucking front screen up here. Pepper, I'll walk to the 24 gas station. I'll get us some. No, it's alright, man. It's alright. It's alright. The reality is, the time has come. Ugh. For Pep to go to bed. Because I'm fucking tired. I just realized that this is still probably going, right? Yep, it is. Alright. But yeah, Anna, we'll talk more about this tomorrow. I think I'll open this, well, maybe... Yeah, I'll open the stream with the Adam Conover thing. Definitely want you to be there for that. Oh, God damn it. As I said, I would definitely like you to be there for that. Timer. You're killing me here, Smalls. What time? I mean, I'll be here at 4. What time works for you? When are you off work? Yeah. But yeah, like what between that and like what time works for you? If you got shit to do too, like I can just make sure I start it like at 4. 5:30 your time. Okay, cool. That works. All right. Cool. That's when we'll watch it. Because I have a feeling you'll want to talk about it, like whether it's through chat or calling in, because it is it's definitely an interesting watch. Alright, guys. I'm literally fucking passing. Like, dude, I'm passing out as I'm coming here. Like, trying to fucking figure out how or who. Oh, you know what? Here, I'm gonna raid set segue. Here, let me do that real quick. He's a good dude. He is watching the X-Files? Pretty sure that's the X-Files.
Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. We're watching True Blood.
Oh, True Blood. Interesting. Never really watched that show. Alright, guys. But that means now I can take off. So, alright. I appreciate y'all hanging out tonight. But now I'm just stalling for time so I can find my fucking outro. Where the hell did it go? Alright, yo. Love you guys. I'll catch you later.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep talks. Pep talks. Pep talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep talks. Pep talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on